I'm back. Last stream I was working on the sketch for this illustration, and today we'll actually be bringing it to life and polishing it up. Last stream, the last two streams, I've been having a little bit of trouble with my mic, so this stream, if anything happens, you let me know, but I'll be watching it. Hopefully nothing happens. Today I am actually going to be working on this armor, and I don't think I've really worked on armor on stream before, and I know it's something that a lot of people find tricky, so because I've done it in school, I will kind of be talking about how I do it. I say how I do it because I'm not saying it's the right way to do it, but it's what works for me, and it still looks metallic, so I will be explaining my process through that. But on the checklist over here, oh my gosh, I just realized there's like a space. That's how you know we're not going to get to that part of the checklist, because it's not even on the checklist. Okay, so on the checklist, I am going to say how I'm doing the process, or I've listed how I'm going to do the process. I always do the faces first because that's what we notice first. Humans are really picky with that because it's the most familiar to us. I'm going to do the clothing because if the hair is on top of the clothing, it's just a whole headache. So I'll do hair last. One note to comment on, two things actually. One is the commissioner's name is on the side. It is an author. That name is to be determined, so it's temporary. And they have given me the okay with this work. The only thing was that potentially we wanted to flip the hand, because we tested this pose out. If you were here for the last stream, I tested this pose out. Ideally, it would have had the hand being like this, right? Like relaxed like this, because it's a lot more dainty. However, doing this position is actually really uncomfortable and it kind of hurts. And I didn't want her to be in pain. So I couldn't do that. The only other option is to flip her fingers this way. So I will experiment with that really quick, but I have a feeling we might not work with it like that. We'll see. I'm gonna test it though. I believe I did some of this off stream actually. So I think I did the colors off stream, if I recall. I do not remember. To be honest, I wanted to finish this off stream. So like I wanted it to finish November 1st, but also in the description I mentioned this. I was gonna talk about artist injuries. Yeah, so there is a reason I couldn't finish it. I actually hurt my arm while working on this, so then I had to pause. It's better to pause than to keep trucking along. Ooh, where is this color coming from? Right here. There you are. Okay, so this is where we ended off, I think, last stream. I'm gonna turn off the background for now. I wanted it to be kind of like shoujo anime realness. But actually I remember I was struggling with his body a little bit, so I actually did that off stream, and I have a feeling I'm going to liquefy even more. Doesn't really make sense because he's wearing armor, but this is fantasy and it's a commission. Like we can exaggerate is what I'm saying. But I am going to test this hand real quick. Your hand. I'm going to duplicate you. Part of me just wants to leave it as is because we know it works. And my own arm hurts, so I don't want to. However, for science, not for science, it's completely for art, but that doesn't make sense. Okay, sorry, that doesn't, wait, sorry, that absolutely doesn't make sense. We're just gonna have to redraw that. What? Oh? Okay. The man has disappeared, and not including his beard. Alright. Ooh! I'm a rapper. I can rhyme. Oh, it's clipped here. Also because I hurt my arm, and because I was in a rush to finish things at the end of the month, I actually managed to do things, like to learn some hacks on Clip Studio to be faster. So, you know, desperate times calls for desperate measures for real. Thank you for the follow. This doesn't make sense. Hold on, let me hold the pose myself with my working arm. If it's this way, you see it? Do we see? Do we see the? You see the position that I'm in right now? I'm in some kind of position. We might not actually go this way, but let me, you know, test it. Ideally, I would be a food tester, not a pose tester, but here I am. All right. I don't know if that's uncomfortable, but for now. So the whole vibe we want is that he's kissing her, okay, sorry, knuckles, her hand, back of her hand. Okay, well, this will stick her fingers up his nose. And, you know, as much as that's a vibe, I don't think that's the right vibe. If I'm doing this, is it possible for me to do? It is. Okay. So, because sometimes you put your hands in a position, your fingers actually, like if I was to be like really far or something, I don't know what kind of position, it's actually uncomfortable to move your fingers in a certain position. But obviously, we can do that. So she can close her hand. But does it look cute though? Does it look dainty and like cute? It would have worked to have her hand like this if she was facing him. Also, this thing is hardcore. Let me show you. I'm not gonna like have a whole speech. I'm just gonna talk about it as we go because, you know, I need something to talk about. But this thing has like gel inserts. Basically, it's like a compression sleeve because this arm, it's crazy. If you draw really hard for a really long time, like any muscle, it will get swollen. So that is the reason. What was the reason? That's the reason. This is not new for me though. This is old. It just pops up if I draw too hard. Draw too hard meaning I don't take a break. Or if I do too much line art. I think it's better the previous way, right? It's not just my imagination. It's not just me being lazy, right? Because this looks like she's like really tense. Like he's holding her and she's like, how dare you touch my hands, you know? So, yay! I didn't want to do it, but also glad that, you know, it worked out this way. It's nice to know that your previous thinking was smart, you know? Right, there we go. How am I gonna do this? Am I gonna merge them separately? Okay, I'm gonna do something controversial take here. I'm going to merge them together and then I'm gonna separate them. That looks crazy. Hold on. Actually, is there a way for me to do this without hurting myself? Is there a line art together? No, their line art is separate, so... Okay, I'm gonna have to manually go through this, which means... Loading how to do this. Okay, I'm gonna group them. Okay, all of them together, see? And then... Actually, I realized I changed my setup a little bit, so you can't actually see what I'm doing here. Let me just... Can I show you? Like this? Hello? Ah, like this. Okay. Kind of, you still can't. Well, you can see what colors I'm picking. Hooray! Nah, that'll be inconvenient for me, actually. Well, unfortunately, I can't really show you what I'm doing. Unless I move the checklist. So, just know, they're together. You can see it on the side, the little blue, they're together. I'm going to duplicate it. I'm going to not merge it. I'm going to merge the parts that matter together. He's together, she's together. The colors are for some reason all together because I hate myself clearly. Why did I do it like this? I think I got lazy. I think that's what happened. Previous me was doing some nonsense. All right, here's what I'm gonna do. What am I gonna do? Does that work? Does it work? Yeah. Might not be perfect, but this is just in case I mess up. I could just duplicate the file, but that's a lot. This is both of them, and this is both of them. All right. We can do this. Clipping masks for everybody. If you don't know what a clipping mask is, it's essentially a tool. Let me just show you. Right here, up here. There's a clipping mask tool right here. And let me see if I can find an example. All right, let's say this line art, if I want to change the color of the line art to this weird orange color. Ta-da! It doesn't go outside the line. But if I release the clipping mask, it's everything. Sorry, flashbang. That was crazy. But that's what when I say clipping mask, that's what I want to move this checklist somewhere better for us, but like, trust me, I'm working on the setup. Eventually I'll get there. That's a January thing. All right, these two. Wait, this overlay is only on him actually, so cool. This blush is only on him, so yes. I honestly could have done this before I started streaming. I didn't though, sorry. Didn't clean my house before guests came over. That's what this is, for real. Ooh, maybe I don't want to do that. I don't want to clip it to the color. And now this folder is useless. Just making sure. Nice, look at that. Okay, they're separated. There's clearly some weird overlap thing going on here. So maybe he should be behind her. Yeah, let's go. Okay. One step I didn't do is color the line art, so I'm gonna do that. Let's do her first. The only line art that I colored was her eyes. I actually originally was going to paint over this line art. I was not paint over it, but redo the line art to be cleaner. Then I got lazy because I saw this looks better already. So I was like, if I paint over it, it's just a waste of time because it already looks good. And a majority of the time I paint over it anyway. Whatever. How do I do this? We can do soft light, hard light, or just normal, but technically, let me show you this. This is something I learned in school, but I hated this technique, so I don't use it, but it might work for somebody else, especially if you use solid colors. If you do soft light, it doesn't really work on her face because like the line art is it's too light over here, but on her dress it does. It works perfectly, right? It's like now green. On her hair it works too. It matches the color. However, her skin, that ain't gonna jive with me. No. Hard light is, I think, too strong. Well, I think in this case the line art is black, so it's used. Dumb. Overlay is almost the same. And usually I think I use multiply. I think I do my process is kind of unconventionally. Maybe not unconventionally, but like extra work. but it's always worked better for me. I think I also learned it in school, but this has always worked better for me than just using plain soft light. So you see that it's multiply, and now when I paint the color of the line art, it affects. But I reduce it because it's always way too bright. And then when I paint, I already have the colors to pick from. I think this is a common issue for a lot of artists starting out. I always see this issue. They talk about it like, oh, I don't know what colors to pick. If you place the colors before, roughly, you have more color options and then it doesn't look flat. I don't know if that made any sense, but you know, I tried. Man, if they ever tell me to teach a course, oh, good luck, guys. Also, I just recently learned that if you're using the mouse, this is equivalent as Alt. For me, my Alt is actually a button on my tablet. I think this is a good color. Let me use a brighter color. So yeah, there we go. Wow, magic, doing so much good here. And I don't think the line art color has to stay the same. Usually I make a mistake anyway, and then I'm like, well, then color variation, it's fine. I will talk a little bit about color variation, kind of important when you're doing metal, actually. Oh, anything, really. But see here, I added the shadow already based on the lighting circumstances alone. And then because of that, the line art, I can just change it to match the line art. Sorry, the line art, I can change the line art color to match the shadow color. And it's not perfect. So, babe, smell this. No, actually. Why is it when you find something that's stinky, you always tell somebody to smell it? We hope that we make that more romantic looking later. But for now, can't do anything about it. There was like one point when I did this, it literally looked like her hand was like really jabbing in his nose, and I was like, that's not it. That's not what we're going for. Okay, so from it's not the art, it's me. It sounds like a breakup. So from afar, I think it's the line art is too light, right? I can't understand what's going on, which is fine. I'm going to paint it, but like, let's not make my life difficult. Okay, sorry, I'm doing the wrong thing. Over here. Reduce a little bit. Too much work. I don't like work. No, wait, sorry. Wait a second. I like work. I like work. I just don't like work I'm not getting paid for, and doing that extra work. I'm not getting paid for that. The art gods will hear me and they'll be like, no, you don't like work? No commissions for you. No, that's not what I said. I do love doing commissions. However, why am I gonna make my client and me wait forever? Because I can't figure out how to sort out my life. That's crazy. Oh shoot. Okay, so he has stubble and I like merged it to the line art. Not a problem, I'm gonna paint over it. However, now when I paint the liner. Okay. He's a dark skinned dude. We can just use darker lines and not touch that. Please. Okay, his cape is black, but I didn't paint it black because if I paint it black, I have no room to move, basically. So I always use the base color as like a little bit lighter. Also, if you ever look at black fabric, do I have black fabric on me right now? Not really. Black fabric? It's not black, right? It's not black. Not purely, at least. Like if you were to select this, it's not Vanta black. Yes, my comms are affordable, thank you. If you're watching this and you're from America, I might not be able to ship to America, but everything's affordable for you. However, I do get a lot of clients from Australia and Canada, and I'm like, I'm so sorry. So sorry. Yeah, this looks like teal, right? Because of the lighting, especially the room. Actually, this is like deception because the camera can't pick it up. I don't know what's going on. This room is actually magenta. This is, I don't understand. But anyway, because of the lighting, it's like an optical illusion, I think. Like this is like pinky, more pink. So then this turns into more green. Illusions. Well, his coloring is easier, I think. Because he's all dark and the lines are already dark. We love. I'm glad it makes sense because sometimes I explain things and I'm like, that didn't make sense to anybody. It didn't make sense to even me. Like it makes sense to me, but like as I say it, I'm like, that doesn't check out. I don't. You ever have it happen where somebody says something to you? Like for example, you're at a cashier and they say something to you and you're just freaking out about, you know, getting your change in your pocket or something. So you absolutely don't hear what they're saying. And then afterwards you're like, oh, that's what they said. Like 30 minutes later, you're like, oh, they were asking me if I wanted sugar in my coffee. That happened to me the other day. Look, this looks so much more like metal as soon as I change the line art. This is like life hack. Color your line art. Please do it. And if you don't want to color it as much as I do, just don't leave it black. Because black, unless it's a comic, I guess. It's a mangaka. There's no rules, actually. You can do whatever you want. However, it looks so cool. It looks so much cooler if you can make it shiny, so. Metal is like the one thing that I was like kind of decent at doing in art school. So I call it art school, but it was not formal art school. And if you're watching right now, it's linked. I talk about what type of art school I did in my video. New YouTube video, let's go. Everybody keeps commenting happy birthday because I said, oh, I'm turning 30 in my video. I was like, oh, in a week it's gonna be my birthday. And then everybody's commenting happy birthday, and I'm thinking, I posted this 2 months late. My bad, sorry. Thank you though. Anyway, yeah, coloring line art. It is a pain when the areas overlap. I had this issue earlier today. I did an artwork primarily with line art, and then I tried to make it easier for myself. There's also, I find this issue a lot when you try to color within the lines, because on Clip Studio Paint, right? Do I still have the line art? Can I test this? Okay, yeah. So, for example, so I have the line art here. So I can refer to other layers on this layer. And then I can, like, I don't know, fill it in with, okay, useless. That area was bad. Okay, so I can fill it in here. But the problem is it doesn't fill in the line. And you can see it, like this area is filled and the other area isn't. It's ridiculous. I think there's a way to fix that with like the tolerance, but I'm not gonna lie to you, I don't understand tolerance at all. So. I've been here for a century, don't understand how to use tolerance. My comm backlog right now, to be honest, I'm gonna be so honest, I overbooked my October, which is why this happened. This is how it happened. So my November is me catching up on October, and my December, I think I took some orders for December, but everybody passed that because, just to be careful, so I don't overbook by accident, is what's it called? I'm booking for January, basically. Now I'm booking for 2026, which is unreal. But what's crazy is I saw people online in my circle. They were booking for 2026 in August. And I was like, that's crazy. That's wild. I don't know what my tolerance is built is. Mine is 10 right now, but I need to Google this. This is a thing that I'll figure out later. Like for my specific settings, I'll figure that out. I don't know. I don't think that's right. I don't think it's right. But I refuse to Google anything. And then I just learned these crazy hacks like 2 days ago, and I'm like, whoa, didn't know there was a button for that. Could have saved so much time. Telling you, desperation, then I'll learn things. I'll learn things when I'm desperate. All right. But yeah, overbooking is a tale as old a time. I think we all do it. However, I refuse to let it, like, you know, stop me. So I am catching up, which is why this one has to be done today. It was supposed to be done 2 days ago, but this is gonna be done today. It's gonna happen. But it doesn't help that I started doing, these are now merged, by the way. I started doing in-person events, and they are very bad at communicating when the event is happening. My recent event, or the one that's coming up, is tomorrow, and I didn't know that it was going to be tomorrow. I didn't know that I was accepted until 3 days ago. So, like, I don't blame the event I don't blame the event organizer because it's student run. So I'm like, I get it. However, it's not the first time it's happened. They tell me like the other events have also been like, oh, well, hey, in a week, we expect to see you here. And I'm like, I applied like a month ago. Where were you? You could have told me. So it's not like I overbook knowing what's gonna happen. It happens. Things just happen. But everybody I work with is super, super cool about it. Because I'm like, if you have a deadline and you tell me, I'll make the deadline. Basically, that's how it works. Why am I working on the hair? So rendering the faces first. Face is most important. Oh no, you can't do that because I won't be able to go to my event tomorrow. I didn't announce it anywhere because I didn't know that it was happening until literally, honestly, I think like yesterday it was confirmed. So if you're the Waterloo area, I'm going to University of Waterloo and I'm gonna be doing the art sale. It's for students, but they also accept just regular artists. So I was like, well, here I am. I'm one of those. Nice thing is that I don't have to pay for the table. That's pretty cool. Pretty cool. So even though it was last minute, I'm still happy because I don't have to pay for it. So everything I make will be profit. Go. That's what we want. I should have lightened these eyebrows. These are way too dark for her. Even though her hair is black, and like you can use me as an example actually. Great. My hair is dark, but my eyebrows, if I was to like fully do them black, they're very strong. You can see my skin underneath the eyebrow. So actually, I always lighten dark eyebrows because it's way too intense otherwise. It's like almost like a permanent marker. Like it's too strong. Especially for a character who's noted to have like ethereal features. We want her to look like kind of glowy. If her brows are like really strong, they take away from her eyes. You don't even notice her eyes anymore. Trust me, if I dye my hair even black, like true black, it's very strong. I don't think it's quite common to see true black hair, to be honest. Dark eyebrows are great for readable expression, so yeah, that's true. They will definitely be dark against her skin, because they're already, like, they're here. But if I do them this color, that's quite intense. It's like a little bit unnatural. I mean, what about fantasy is natural? But like, all right, sclera is obviously not skin colored. It's not pure white. This is another thing I've learned somewhere. I don't remember where I learned it, but avoid doing the sclera in pure white, because if your background is white, I'll just show you. It looks like I forgot to color it in. It just looks like I've erased it. Speaking of, this is pure white, which is crazy. I don't know how that happened, so let's not do that. Girl, you can be shiny, but like, to the heavens? What's happening? I should have, well, I kind of did, right? I did save the previous version, see? So when I finish painting it, I'll turn it off, you can see. You'll be able to see it. This part, I'm gonna do it top. I also, like, I learned so many weird techniques, don't know where I learned them though, so I just assume I learned it somewhere on TikTok or something, I don't know. Or I learned it from makeup, either one. They're pretty much the same. Pretty much the same techniques, to be honest. Reverse contour here. Do you think this is a little bit too... Switch music. Been long enough. Nose should be lightly colored, balanced. It's nice to have a camera, actually. I've heard that other artists do this. They have a mirror, actually, when they're drawing faces. I think I draw a lot of faces, so I would say that I'm pretty good at faces. Not to brag, but it's the only thing I can draw easily. Most of the time. I was called out by a teacher one time. Politely, of course. He was like, you're gonna struggle with drawing this type of face because you can tell from my art, I draw the same type of face. It's not even like same face syndrome, like in the realm of you draw this like archetype of face. Or hey girl, your nose is a little bit too... What's going on? I need to zoom out. There's a shadow somewhere that it shouldn't be. That's why it looks... What is my greatest strength as an artist? Ooh. What is it? Adaptability, I think. I think a lot of industry pros have that though. But because of my background, because of where I like studied different things, you can even see it if you look at my Instagram or literally any. Instagram is just the easiest to see like my works. You see like the art style changes a lot. I think I would say I have 2 different art styles. But you could joke and say I have more because they're kind of like, they blend together sometimes. So depending which, like what the client wants, I can do more things, which is probably good. Not only like drawing different styles, but probably like the client wants something and I've never drawn it before, I'm willing to try it. So I can adapt it to fit. For example, I talked about this a while ago, where some people, this is totally okay to say like, hey, I prefer to only draw this type of character. That's one thing. But to say, oh, I can't draw that character, it doesn't fit in my style. You are the artist. You can make it fit in your style. It can fit in your world. So that, I'm very open to being like, oh yeah, I'll fit it. I'll fit it somehow. I've never done it before, but I'll fit it. I'll try it. So if somebody comes up to me with a diverse character that I've never drawn, like come up to me with a plus size character or a different culture of character, whatever. Different, not an unhuman character, I'll try it. The only one I decline is mech, actually. I know a lot of artists have like a list of things they won't draw, and I don't really have a list. I'd rather people just ask, because sometimes I'm more open-minded than I think. But mech is one thing where I'm like, I don't think I can do it justice. That's why I would decline it. It's just so different from what I do that I'm like, I think it wouldn't be worth it. For me or the client, it would take me too much time to figure it out, at least. Thank you. It was a very long-winded answer. I like yapping. Just yappy yap. This girl has like the most defined eyebrow. What's happening? Hold on, I need to stay zoomed out for a second. What? Hey, that wouldn't be lit like that actually, unless it's like lifting off your face that hard. Like, dang, girl. Ooh. Confidence. Oh yeah. I think I've been asked the question more than once. That's probably why I can be like, yeah. I have a strength. I think some artists though are a little bit more, humble is not the word. Unsure. They don't know their strengths just yet. At this point, I've been doing it long enough. I've been streaming long enough. 5 streams in, I can answer this question now. Kidding. There's still some questions where I'm like, I don't know how to answer that one. Actually, I don't know if you should have asked that one, to be honest. Some questions. Somebody left a comment on my TikTok, actually, and they were like, people are too comfortable saying things out of pocket. And I was like, maybe some things should stay in the pocket. Maybe they should be inside thoughts. Maybe they should cook in there. Simmer. Let it develop. This is it. Yeah, I get asked some weird questions. There's like no dumb questions. However, there are definitely weird ones. Okay, she's got a face. I don't know if it's ethereal yet, but we'll get there. I think the ethereal part comes from lightening up, and her eyes obviously are not developed, but because we're so far away, like how much development can I put in the eye actually? I spent so much time on this nose and now I'm gonna blur it. I zoom out, overpowering her face. Alright, girly. Arguably I should be using the rough pen. I'm not really sure. No. I think we're fine. Maybe. I don't know. Keep going back and forth between pens. Just yet. I do like that I have like a gradient here, except the fact that it's white is wild to me. I don't know. Should have probably dimmed it before merging the layers, but what can I do? Go back? No. We don't go back, we only go forward. Don't look back. Unless you're reversing, you probably should look in your rearview mirror. You should do that. Please. I recently learned that you're allowed to, this is so unrelated, but you're allowed to look in your camera when doing driving tests now. It's like, oh, thank God, because I have no spatial awareness. It's bad. Okay, I recently learned this, and by recent, I mean about 2 hours ago, learned how to draw next. Genuinely 2 hours. You're always learning. Okay, we don't need that defined, but make it work. I think, was it the previous stream or the previous? I don't remember which one, but I was working on a witchy one for Halloween, and I actually did finish that one. It was like the same stage as this one, almost. So it is possible for me to do it in a day. Wait, no, I didn't actually finish it in a day, but it is possible, okay? I just... I got tired. Today it's fine. We'll do it. Hot take, necks are stupid. Yeah, just draw the head and then draw a cylinder. I think that's the anime way. Alright, we need to blend something here. I don't know how I'm gonna do it, but I'm gonna do it somehow. I'm gonna find a way. Also, the title of this video or stream is how I paint armor. I'm gonna get there. Faces first. Faces. Always faces. Let me warm up and then we'll get there. Let me do something that I'm comfortable doing. Then I'll get... Because her eyes are green, I'm giving her a little extra blush. Also because she's so pale. More blood would be able to... That sounds so dark. More blood. More blood would be able to come through her skin. So my way of thinking is when I do pale characters like this, I tend to give them extra blush. That way I have some color variation. And then... for dark-skinned characters, I tend to spend more time on reflections, and that way I can have I am concentrating. That way I can have some color variation as well again. Oh, also, light-skinned characters have more dark under eyes. However, she's a princess. This girl gets rest. But also dark under eyes make the eyes look bigger. Fun fact. If you needed to make your character look like this, do the Tim Burton thing. Give them just really dark under eyes. It works. Yes, if you come into the stream and you see me working on a pretty girl. That's armor. I swear I'm gonna get there. Arguably, I think it's maybe better to work on like section by section. Not section, sorry. Like stage by stage, maybe? Like half render everything. That way, if there's an issue somewhere, you didn't just like perfectly clean it. However, that's not what we're doing today. I I need it to look like she's kind of perturbed. Maybe not the right word. Kind of annoyed at him, but also kind of intrigued. Or like kind of blushy. So one answer would be to give her extra blush, which we kind of did already, naturally. I feel like this is a common anime expression. However, I don't have one in front of me, so I can't reference it. Alright, do you want to see the before and after of this face? Next, I'll get there, but... I think, though, in cleaning this, I kind of lost the angle a little bit. Slightly. Here, I softened a little bit too much. And where else? She looked a little bit more mature in her sketch. I made her younger. Which is fine, I think. Right, if we're looking at her this way... if we're looking kind of... always use myself as the example. If I go like this, right, and I'm looking straight, you see less of my eyelid. So that's another thing I have to fix there. But the characters' names, actually, when I save commissions, it's really small for y'all, I think, but it'll always be the client's name, or if they're not comfortable sharing the name, I'll use initials. And then the names of the characters. So this is Morwenna, and then that one's Enzo. Yeah. Yeah. Sometimes. I think most of the time I do that, but other times I'm tired when naming. I might not. I might not. Sometimes it'll just be a couple. But I try, just in case, because sometimes I have repeat clients. It would be kind of difficult if they were all named couple 1, couple 2, couple 3. But it also helps me when I send updates. I say, oh, this character. Rather than saying like, the girl character, can I fix this? Or do you need this? I can just say, for Morwenna, do you need this? Do you want this? But sometimes they actually don't give me the characters' names, and I ask, because I'm like, rather than me say, for her, for girly over there, what do you need? I don't know if I like this ear being visible, to be honest. Okay, now she looks more annoyed. Sorry, hold on. hold on. I removed her lashes to correct the line, the perspective. However, now she looks like strongly disturbed. Well, it also helps. It doesn't help that I didn't add the shadow on her eye yet, but like, you know, she's fine. She's fine. We'll move on. We'll move on. I'll get there. She does have a pretty name. I think it's like similar to Morgana. Speaking of Morgana, you know what I have questions about if anybody's played Persona 5. The cat is I'm pretty sure it's a guy, right? But his name is Morgana, or maybe they're just gender neutral and they never define. But I swear he has a human form. So a dude named Morgana, and then also named Mona, shortened, and I'm just so confused. I'm like, why did they give him Morgana? I'm pretty sure Bro's a dude, so what's going on? I'm so confused. Right, yeah, I can't remember in the story, like, it only stood out to me because the name is so feminine, but the storyline is quite like he's interested in a girl. So I'm like, okay, so this is Japan, so definitely it's a dude, right? But the whole time I'm playing it, I'm like, but why'd they give him this? Why'd they give him such a feminine name? I'm so confused. Right? He is a boy, right? I think even during playing it, I'm like, no, for sure. But why did you give him this name? I'm so confused. To this day, confused. That being said, I am working on some Persona 5 stickers. I'm making them. I'm getting there. I honestly think that's how I hurt my arm, to be honest. It wasn't actually drawing this commission. It was, I think, a combination of I worked out wrong and also was drawing Persona stickers. There is something going on with his lip. Should be this way. All right. Undo. Where did we go wrong? Jump scared by my own work. This is so not important. Sometimes I get caught on something and I'm like, we could move on. However, I'm gonna move on. I think it's like without the shine on her lip, can't see the direction on top of that. Spending too much time looking at it. Better to come back than stare at it for like a century. Let's go to this guy, because also both of their hands are here. I probably should work on their hands. Before I do that though, that's what I did. I think the angle is a little bit off, but I'll paint it later. Hold on, it's gonna bother me now. Okay, all right. Hello, sir. This is a good example of drawing dark-skinned character next to a light-skinned character. I was talking about the reflections and blush and whatever, so let's go. Also, this armor should probably reflect on his face as well, but that's future me will figure that out. I do think names that end with A tend to be feminine. Yeah, yeah. Is there a name that ends with A that is not feminine? Ilya. That name tripped me up so hard. There is a very famous artist who's Russian. And this whole time, for like a really long time until I watched an interview with him in it. Kuvshinov Ilya, he's pretty popular. He's huge, actually. I didn't know Ilya was a dude's name because it's Russian. So. There you go. But for Latin names, typically, yeah. Fella. All right, how am I gonna do this, bro? How am I gonna do this guy? One thing for dudes is their brow tends to be... actually, maybe I should draw it. I didn't fix that here. More pronounced over here, which automatically casts a stronger shadow here. So if you struggle drawing dudes because you only draw women, I'm not calling out anybody, myself. This is a good note to have. Obviously, this is not for everybody. It's just like a general. Different faces have different builds. Some ladies have really strong, what's it called, brow ridges. Some dudes have really shallow ones. Well, obviously, this can't be this color. Another thing is this color here tends to be, if you're a darker skinned character, it's also going to be darker. Because if I make that really, really light, it looks really weird and unnatural. But actually, that is naturally what happens. Like, I'm pretty sure if you look at people, it matches them. met a rare specimen that was more comfortable drawing men than women. I've met a few that mostly draw men and can't draw women. I have also seen in comics where, like, I think American comics, they have it happen more often, that like the women look a little bit more masculine, and you can tell it's because they're used to drawing, like, for example, superhero comics, right? They're more used to drawing their male main characters, so then it happens. I tend to draw more women because I am one, and therefore I draw what I see in the mirror. Except I know a lot of dudes who primarily draw really pretty girls. Does well on social media as well, by the way. Just FYI. We all like pretty girls. I don't know what to tell you. That wasn't always the case. This is not just like a humorous comment. It's also the case of like during like when they made like, you know, what's he called? You know, the statue of David, right? During that time, it was more men were the ideal beauties, or, you know, more of the focus for beauty. So it's just like a thing. Historically, you know, women are beautiful now, but, you know, men are also beautiful, so just a pendulum swing thing. But actually, I think women have been reigning as, you know, the muse for like a really long time now. I don't know if it's really gonna swing back. It's maybe gonna stay like that. I don't know. It's been a really long time where, like, if you go back through historical paintings, I think there's a big focus on women. There's got to be like a study on this in an article. I'm 100% sure because I studied art history forever ago. Blanking completely on everything I've learned. I do like drawing men though. I'm not that great at it, but I do enjoy it. Getting there. I do need to practice their anatomy a little bit better, specifically their muscles. Because women, especially like if I'm drawing like an action character, women tend to actually be a little bit rounder, and it's actually like scientifically like a fat distribution thing, right? Men tend to have a lot less fat on their bodies, so you actually need to know the muscles, versus with women you're like, oh, I can make that up. Kind of. So, but the other day I did have to draw a woman who was more muscular, and I did have to like, actually I watched the Victoria's Secret fashion show, so I got to watch some fashion while I was doing it. So I could examine how the body looks from different angles, because I was like, I don't know what. That is a good question. What kind of societal changes would we need to have for men to be the muses? To be honest, I think it is becoming, it's not even, right? But I think we all, with like fashion and media, I think we kind of all see beautiful men and we see beautiful women, so it's not like the main focuses are one or the other now at this point. Most people would go on Pinterest, but I went to Victoria's Secret. Yes, yeah. It's because I lore was a fashion student, so I wanted to watch the show anyway. So I was like, well, what better time than when I actually need it? I don't think this light would actually, because this is hair, right? This wouldn't be that bright. I watched a video of one of the models. They vlogged their experience, so then I wanted to actually watch the show itself. Yeah. I never ended up taking the course for intimate? However, I did learn how to make a hat at one point. And I'm predominantly, if I draw mostly women, you can assume that what did I sew? Women's clothing. Because also I wanted to be able to wear what I sewed. But I dropped out, so, you know, just watch the video. I dropped out. Ended up going toward drawing women rather than drawing the clothes for women. It does help for commissions and things like that. I do a lot of, well, I do offer. I don't do a lot of them anymore, but I do offer character design, and it's usually because they can't figure out the costumes. So then I'm like, oh, great. I did have a chance to like go into maybe costume design or like concept art costume design, but I realized it's genuinely just not what I'm interested in. So I tried it, it wasn't for me. We're not doing it. In the end, I really like drawing people more. I don't know what that's about. Don't psychoanalyze me, I don't know. I have no idea why. However, there was this one interview I had where they legit asked during the interview, they're like, so when you were a kid, did you draw people or did you draw like places, like landscapes? And I was like, I've always drawn people. I don't know. Does that mean something? All they said was like, I see. All right, great, you're in. So I was like, this is the weirdest interview. Still don't understand why you asked me. But if you were interested, yeah, I've been drawing people my whole life. And then when I was a kid, I think I was really into like girly teenage games or teenage character games. So what happened here? Why are you so much darker? What was I gonna say? So yeah, it makes sense. Like if I was into like, I don't know, like teenage Barbie games or whatever, it makes sense that the type of characters that I draw easiest are younger women. Also, I look in the mirror and that's what I see. How long have I been posting art online? I want to say 2019. Like actually posting it online. I think I posted it like on my personal account here and there, but like it wasn't primarily for posting art online really. But I actually made an art account specifically for posting online 2019, I think. Or 2018? And then I started posting personally on 2017. You know what? 2017 to 2019, something happened in that time. I think my Instagram account, my current one, I think it says established in 2019 or something. I feel like it's long enough. Long enough to suffer social media. But yeah, I don't have like a huge history, I feel like, online at least. How 2019? Because I went to fashion school. I didn't really have art to be... You know what? That is a good point, actually. I did post art when I was a teenager, but so long ago, and I don't have those accounts anymore, so I can't actually say when I started posting at all. But like posting regularly? 2019. As a teenager, I think I want to say like grade 9, grade 10 I posted. No, maybe grade 10, grade 11. Or when I was 15, 16. Oh. But then like I stopped. So then it's hard to like track There's a lot of like, I started and then I stopped. But I had a DeviantArt when I was younger, yeah. I'm not gonna lie, I do think there was a really weird period of like art regression, genuinely, because I stopped drawing for so long. So in high school I got pretty good, and then I stopped, and then being in university I lost it all because I just didn't draw. Except for like, I did draw, but not really. Not to the extent of like improvement. Like you have to be drawing either consciously or often to improve, and I was not improving anymore. It was strictly a hobby at that point. And then 2019, I started doing commissions. It's a whirlwind of an adventure. What is going on with this ear? This ear is... I feel like I should just... Why did we do this? Why did I draw it that way? It's a weird ear. Even then though, I think if it's like teenage me, like 2019, 20... How old? What was grade 11? How old are you at that time? I want to say 16, right? I don't have to do the math for this. 15 years ago? So, like 2010s? There we go. I was like, what's 30 minus 15? Right now, I'm not drawing on one layer. It's like this layer and then this layer. Oh, you can see it. But I keep going back and forth between drawing on one layer and merging as I go. Sometimes I just forget and then I end up merging anyway, so. But while I was fixing his ear, it was on a different layer. Usually what ends up happening, I feel like I work on this like additional layer, and then I get tired of it, and then I merge it. It's when I find some confidence, but in the beginning, I'm not so confident. But there's a duplicate version of this, so it's fine. Oh, that's interesting. When I was studying under teachers, they actually would say, professionally, especially if you're doing it like industry standard, like not industry, if you're doing it like in the industry, like if for a video game, for example, either for a video game or for a client, there's two things. One, you actually shouldn't merge, and if you need to merge, I guess you have to just duplicate everything, but you shouldn't merge, because if they decide I want to change the color or I want to change this entire arm, it's such a headache. So yeah, you shouldn't merge. Yeah, for revision's sake, you shouldn't merge. However, I hate that, so so I merge everything. But the caveat for me is I have the not skill level, but I have the understanding that I am going to lose money and time if they ask for a revision, they want to fix it. I am committed to doing that. I'm committed to doing the extra work, and I know how to do it. So I'll do it. It's gonna be a headache, but I'll do it. But for me, it's a headache to search through a bunch of layers, so. There's a search function, I think. I don't know if there's a search function on Clip Studio, but I think in Photoshop you can search up the name. But who names their layers? Be so for real. Who does that? Not me. So this guy's brows are like maybe too polished. No, he's fine. Yeah, I'm trying to think, like, I typically don't like using multiple layers. Oh, if there's more than one character in the piece, yeah. Yeah. Ooh. I had to start grouping everything. I just group everything. That's how I do it. It's kind of messy. Honestly, maybe it's better you guys can't see my layers. It's kind of a mess. It's not that bad. I think you can actually see if I pull it out here. No, actually can't see it at all. Never mind. Get wrecked, I guess. Tried. If I pull it all the way, you can see it. Is it worth it? Nah, there's not a lot of information right now. I do know some people who work with like 100 or so layers. And I did do that when doing like school. I did work on something with 1,000,000 layers. But what I can't understand are having additional layers. Like, you know, the layer that I just had, where it was just the ear and painting on it or whatever. That doesn't make any sense to me. You're just wasting data and space. Like, there's why? What makes sense to me is like, okay, I have the color for this in this layer. Like the full color for this in this layer. Or the full body part in this layer. It doesn't make sense to me to be like, oh yeah, I have this like small little piece that I'm just going to paint on top of in another layer. That's when I'm like, you have too many normal layers. When you have too many normal layers, it doesn't make sense to me. Because if it has a different blending mode, I get it. So for example, if I was to do this, right? Like I'm like, okay, let me fix his eyebrow. All right, cool. And let me make another normal layer on top and like do this part. What? Like, why do we have two different? That doesn't make sense. That's when I'm like, you're just hurting yourself. Don't do that. Don't hurt yourself. Make it easy. At some point, you gotta merge something, man. We don't need 730 layers. Your computer is gonna be screaming at you. The risk for crash is too high. Alright, sorry, we gotta zoom out. Okay, two things. One, he has no lips. How are you gonna kiss with no lips? Always make that joke. Here's something weird proportionally, and hello? Good old liquify. I do like Clip Studio's liquify more than Photoshop's. Photoshop, you have to put it in a separate, like, separate screen with transparent pixels, kind of annoying. Do you think there's too much light right here? There needs to be darkness somewhere. There's a hidden plane somewhere. Plane? Hidden plane somewhere. Okay. Is he looking at her though? Yes. Therefore, I have won. We're fine. Better. I think I've given him too much. Hooded eye action. I don't know how else to explain that right now, but yeah. Okay, sir, you need lips. Also, you need a plane here. There's something going on. This should be like... What's happening? Your nose... Not it. Excuse me? Hello? Pick up the phone. What's going on? 100% there's something weird going on with these eyes. But don't tell me, I'll fix it. I'll figure it out. Nobody tell me, I'll get there. Not to mention, this type of character would have long lashes, however, when drawing characters like this, I have been told that I'm drawing a dude character. I think they use cartoon rules rather than realistic rules. They don't want lashes. And they're like, oh, it's feminine all of a sudden. And I'm like, well, no. However, be a program like that, I guess. I can't figure that out. I think I gotta flip. Thank you for the follow. we gotta do it. We gotta do the dreaded thing. You ready? Take a deep breath. And flip. Flipping, it's going. There they are. Yeah. Yeah. Your eyes are too close together, bro. Separate yourselves. Figure it out. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. I'll figure it out. I'm gonna figure it out today. Hiya! How are you? I'm having a slight crisis, but don't worry about it. Not like I'm live or anything. It's fine. Happens every time. Here I was thinking, this part's gonna be so fast. We're gonna get to the armor, and then the title of this stream is gonna make so much sense. Hey, what brush color is this? What is happening? Maybe I need to get a bottle for this. Hold on. I think what happened is when I cleaned up one of the lines here, it distorted. Just slight nose job. That's good, that's good. A good old Monday, start of the week. But for me, technically the end of my week. Monday is my Friday. Sid the sloth. The last dandelion. I think I'm getting that, you know, that face blindness thing. Where you stare at something for long enough and then it starts to look weird. Wait, sorry, hold on. If I do this, Loki, instead of looking at her, he just looks like he's contemplating his life. He's like, oh man. He's like spacing out. He's like, well, what's happening? If I ever get stuck on something like this and it's not the face, I do not spend this much time. I just give up and I move on. However, the face is kind of important. If the face is wrong, everything looks wrong. We can't not continue. We cannot continue. Exactly, it does look like he's sniffing her hand. Really intensely. It also, the fact that he has no lips makes me concerned. We will probably move her hand because it is giving that vibe too much to me. Okay, hold on. Oh, it's getting closer. Warmer? Warmer? I think it's also like the shape of his nose. Maybe. Sire? Quite literally, sire? Saya? Candles having a moment back there. It's going real intense. I was like, what's flashing on my screen? Dang. Okay, well, if there's a fire, well, you're witnessing it. Sire? I hardly know her. Oh, wait, hold on. Hey, man, your nose? It's like really skinny. Or maybe it's just me. Maybe I'm the problem. No, no, you're perfect. I'm the problem. How dare I comment on your unconventional beauty? You know? Maybe also it doesn't help that I can't see his face. Well, it doesn't help that we don't know what the rest of his face looks like either, because it's not there. Maybe that's a problem. Maybe. Just put it back. Put it back. Put it back, guys. Put it back. All right, his nose is supposed to be hooked, I believe, so. All right. I need him. Also, like when I zoom out, it looks so different. Okay, first of all, calm down. Calm down with that. He looks like he's looking down, not up. But like his left eye looks like it's looking the right way. The right eye is not right. But no, it's not right. Incorrect. Arguing with the character. Yeah. Come to my streams regularly. You see me fight inanimate objects and also technically inanimate characters. I don't really know. Hey girl. Hey girl. Sorry. Just gonna remove your forehead filler real quick. My bias of drawing women is showing. We don't need to talk about it. We all know we have it. Shh. But then you know what I hate? Is when I clean it up like this and then I flip it and it looks worse. Like I did something really wrong. And I'm like, dude, didn't it look normal? Am I crazy? Like you feel like you're being gaslit, like you're like manipulated. Manipulated by your own painting. But you're the creator, so it's like this is an unhealthy parent-child relationship right here. That's what that is. Alright, whoop. I'm gonna flip it back before I run into that. Pray to the art gods. Ooh, I'm scared. I don't want to move. Do you look good now? Are you okay, sir? Is it just me, or... Sorry. You do it too. Cover his ear. And then uncover it. His ear is in the wrong place, I think. Happens every time. It's the one thing you're like, nah, it's fine. No, it's not. The ear messes up so much. I understand how it does it, but it does. I don't know what men look like anymore. Are you? Because if he's looking downward, so if you're looking up, your ears drop down. If you're looking down, your ears go up. Sounds weird, but yeah. the weird thing, perspective thing. I don't know. This ear is tripping me out now. You know what's a great solution? Covering some of it. No, that would bother me. You ever think about the sensory issues that your character would feel if you were designing them? I think about it all the time. That looks really weird. He's a baby short hair. You would put it behind your ear, wouldn't you? Alright, fine. Anyway, moving on. Let's move on. He looks better than he was, so we're fine. That was his ear. Like, honestly, his ear looks weird to me no matter where it is at this point. It's fine. I'm trying to find a happy medium. As opposed to a happy small. Or a happy large. A medium. Alright, I'll come back to you. Whatever. Ugh. Whatever. You hear me say it a lot on stream. When like I'm trying to figure something out. I'm like, don't tell me, I'll figure it out. Because honestly, nobody wants to feel dumb while they're drawing. If I was drawing privately, I would just search up a reference and then we'd be fine. However, isn't it hilarious to watch me struggle? Isn't it relatable? Right. So, let me struggle. Dang, bro, wet lipstick. Low key, wait, hold on. I think I have this shade of lipstick. Bro. I have an addiction. There's three of them here. That's what's hiding behind my desk. 3. So organized, so glamorous. Alright. Bam! He doesn't have cherry bomb lipstick anymore. This is very close to black, and honestly, don't think that's the mood. Okay. He's not perfect still. There's something right here that I will figure out later, but I need a break from looking at it. But at least now he has lips. So now he's actually kissing her hand. Now we get to the point, so it says render clothing, and then at the end I'll come back and do everything again. Alright. Because the title says armor, let me get to the armor. So I placed the shadows and I placed rough idea of where the highlight is, also the colors. Also, kind of not, it's like kind of subtle, but I added this like additional color here, this blue. This was not originally here, because originally it was just kind of like this grayish, blue-gray. And then the purple, the shadow, and then we have this highlight here. But this additional blue was added on top. I don't remember what layer I used, I think it was overlay or something. But it was just like a soft, add so that I would have more color variation. Now, because we're using metal, the important thing to remember with metal is shiny things, more contrast. Less shiny things, less contrast. I'm trying to look for an example over here. I'm going to show you an example. Kind of important. Sure. This mic, the mic piece here. This is not shiny, right? So there's like a gradient. It's just like light to dark. It's very little, right? As opposed to... Do I have something actually shiny in this room? My ring? Can you see this? Too small. All right. This thing here. Okay, shiny, right? There is more contrast. The lightest light is like almost white, and then I don't want to say the dark. This is like quite light color. However, it's very reflective, right? There's like a lot more going on. If we were to turn this one versus this one into black and white, the difference between the white and then the base color would be a lot stronger versus the lightest color and the darkest color here, right? They're very close in family versus this one where it's like one end and the other end. Speaking of, I'm very shiny right now while I'm holding it. So I've already placed the brightest light, essentially, at least the placement of it, and then we already have kind of our darkest darks. So from where it is the lightest, the way that I like to do metal, and I don't know if this is the correct way, I mean, I've learned it, don't really remember it. So I'm gonna show an example here. So I have like, maybe it's cuter if I just make it clean. So let's say I have a rectangle here. This is the base color. Let's say that this is the lightest, the light. This is where the light is hitting it, right? Maybe it's easier if I make it actually a cylinder. Okay. Let's do it as a cylinder. All right, let's say that this is where the light is hitting the cylinder. Ooh. Like that, right? Taking the dark colors, usually you think of like the outside, right? Kind of like this, right? The way that I do it, I'm just gonna do it and then I'm gonna, right next to the lightest color, I tend to put like the darkest color. I tend to put a dark color on the outside as well because it's like cylindrical. So that's what makes it have that cylindrical feel. I blend it like this. Already, it looks like a cylinder. Doesn't look like a metallic cylinder, right? I blend the darkest color here next to the lightest color. It looks really strong. The contrast looks real. It looks more intense. That's essentially how I do. And then on the edge, I use something like rim lighting. So I add back some light here. This is harder to explain when I'm thinking about it, actually. Also, on top of that, this probably wouldn't stay a full bright line like this, but because it's a cylinder, there's like not much going on. So I'm like gonna play around. See, as soon as I do that, it looks like a divot. Maybe not. Make this part. That's not the color I want. Am I tripping? What color am I selecting here? Okay, what? That was weird. Alright. But that's essentially kind of the vibe. Kind of hard to explain this now that I think about it. But it'll be easier to explain when I'm working with an actual plane that has, you know, multiple things, I guess. Now I'm under pressure. I'm like, oh, do I know what I'm doing? I also added this color variation because gold as well is a really good example. Gold you think is just yellow, but actually has bright oranges in there and also has a little bit of like dull green, but how it works. So as I go, you'll see it. All right. Let's go. Where should I start here? I suppose I should start right here. So I've got this lightest color. This is a layer on top, just in case I mess up, because already... Next to this lightest color, I know this part is like in shadow because this is like a pointy part. Kind of like this. This is a plane, and then this is a plane. So I'm gonna take a dark color here. I'm just gonna carve out shapes, essentially. I'm gonna take a dark color because it's right next to the light. Color. This is also kind of slightly inward, so like that. This would be catching the light. because it's going like this. His gaze is so gentle. Okay, good. It's not intensely going. Good. What is that common, his gaze softened? That's the common line that they use in books. I don't know where, see, do you see what I'm talking about? That I like colored the line art. Now I have all this like color variation. I don't know where this came from. So like, great. Perfect. Oh, don't fight me, computer. I should have probably explained this. I think one issue... Actually, great. The way that I explained it, there is a mistake that you could make, is using too much of the smudge tool or blend tool. That's where I went wrong there. I'm trying to explain it too fast. There's a lot of gradients to be had. So I can either use it like this, or I can use the soft airbrush, but for now, I'm just trying to figure out the placement, so lasso tool and soft airbrush is the way I'm gonna do it. Just a bunch of gradients. Gradients everywhere. Gradients all over the place. Ooh. Maybe that's... Oh, well, convenient. I moved the thing. Direction I needed it to be. This is not supposed to be that sharp, so let's... And I can add it back. I think it's Riot. They have like the H method. And then I probably also use that somewhere, but essentially like when you add like a dark part here, oh my god, that's a huge brush. Dark part here, you do like literally like kind of an H. You know what I mean? Don't remember where. Probably ArtStation that I picked that up. And essentially you use the same technique in section by section. And that's how it looks like metal. They're at Victoria's Secret sampling. Wait, I have this funny tidbit, this weird, really weird fact. I believe it's the Tease perfume at Victoria's Secret that wards off, it sounds like it wards off spirits. It wards off mosquitoes. So, fun fact. Enjoy. There's also another one that attracts spiders, so you know, Google. Google. Oh my god, Google. don't play with your life like that. Don't do that. Don't play with my life like that. If you do that, stay away from me. Don't use that near me. That's scary. This is gonna be chainmail, by the way. I'll do that later. The answer for chainmail is very lazy. We'll get there. We'll get there when we get there. Whenever I say that, I think of Shrek. Get there when we get there. Actually, no, I think that's The Incredibles. They both have a scene where they say that, though. Incredibles. Definitely one of my favorites. Insect repellent Victoria's Secret. Yeah. They're in there. They gotta expand. Alright, this one here. we getting metallic yet? Are we getting there yet? This piece here. You know what would be a really good idea is to search up a reference. But who needs a reference? Don't be lazy. Don't be like me. Use a reference. You're definitely drawing something wrong. Without one. I essentially did it so like all of the pointy parts would be shiny like this if it's in the direction of the light, because that's like the highest point. And right behind it would be shadow because that's getting blocked by the highest point. Heart-shaped TVs? Yo. That sounds like something they would have in the 60s. They were funky back then. Dude, I want heart-shaped everything. I have heart-shaped pillows back there. I have a strawberry-shaped little plushie. It's not really a pillow. It's like, see? I just have this just sitting there. For what? I don't know. For fun. For aesthetic. Aesthetic. Alright. And then I'm thinking probably, so as I explained it, this is probably a better way to explain it. Highest point, shiny. Lower point, dark. However, then this part is now facing the light again, so because it's an open space. Yeah. Yeah, let's go. It's starting to look. If I zoom out, it's metal. You can see it's metal. It's not super shiny there yet, so it's not metal, but it's metal. It's getting there. We're getting there. And this part is darker. It's closer to the arm. Man, I think they expect artists to be like really good teachers or something. Like that's the kind of content or whatever. However, as you can establish, it's kind of hard to teach. Not all artists should be teachers. Or should be required to be teachers. Not that they shouldn't teach. It's tricky. Alright. However, if they ever pay me to do a course, Lord, y'all better have the most patience because oof. Crazy aspect ratio. Heck yeah. Now it's really just placing. This part here, I don't really know what the situation. Honestly, if you're not sure though, you could really just make this up and then like place it and then go, that's wrong, and then replace it. What are they gonna do? Tell you you're wrong? You already manually fix it, so whatever. I might add some scratches to this armor as well, because I don't know a single knight that has no scratches. I don't know a single knight, period, to be honest. Who here knows a knight? But you know. I don't think this guy is going out there and he's just standing around. I think even just wearing the armor would scratch against itself, so. Ooh, maybe we need a dark. That one. I don't know about that one. That one. Ooh. Zooming so far out. Metal? Heavy metal? Before or after? By the way, if you're on Twitch, there's an actual before and after points thing. I know, redeem. I've lost the word. Just in case you come in later and you're like, what the heck is she doing? Before and after. Let's go. It's becoming so freaking shiny. I can't wait to do the highlights. It's the thing that I live for. That's the thing I live for. You don't understand. I love highlights so much. Oh, this is an interesting thing. The armor, obviously, if you're wearing something here, hi, I'm wearing something here. If you're wearing something here, right, and it's not fabric, and you bend over here, that would be, it would be impossible for you to bend here, because there would not be space. Because this is skinnier than this. Ow. So, what they do is, for the armor, they already have it pinched. So it's already pinched, ready for you to go like this. It's prepared for you to bend your arm here. So the metal is molded that way. I thought that was pretty cool. And how would you know that if you didn't look for a reference? No, you wouldn't. Therefore, you should look for a reference. And it can't be AI because AI wouldn't get it right. Because I know there's a bunch of artists who didn't search that up. Therefore, we would just perpetually be giving our poor little knights unbendable arms. Hey man, they're not Barbies, okay? They need, or Kens. They need to be able to bend their elbows to do their job. Really know the shape of this, but I'm gonna give it like a, I don't really know what to call this. Trapezoid? Like that. Alright, this piece can be one piece. The One Piece, sorry, I haven't even watched One Piece, it's just the joke was waiting. It was right there. Right. So there was multiple ways for me to handle this, and I think I ended up putting it this way. However, I'm thinking like if you were to go like this would kind of be uncomfortable, but at the same time, how often are you pushing your arm all the way back here? And if you did do that, wouldn't this be able to slide with your arm? I don't know. I followed a reference for this. I don't know. The other option was to give him gloves that were on top. Like actual armored gloves. Or to give him leather gloves that went on, but that looked really weird. So because I gave him leather gloves, I just gave him, actually, now that I think about it, okay. The way that I drew it, it gives him space to do this because it's actually like here. So if he goes like this, it works. Okay, great, we love that. And as I was explaining, thinking about function and sensory issues when drawing your characters, yeah. Would that be uncomfortable? Would that be itchy? These are things I think about. That's how you know I really do care about my characters. They're not my characters, but you know. If you give me your characters, I will take care of them. I'm babysitting the character. Here, I don't think we need to put that much attention. Kind of hidden. Sorry, girl, you need to leave. Thank you. Don't comment on how his face is half finished. We don't discriminate. Leave him alone. We can live out here with a half finished face. Fine. He's beautiful. Okay? Leave him alone. Leave my boy alone. I do think that this is a little bit too strong. Let me look at the bottom. I do think also here. But you know what? We'll get there. I'm gonna get there. I'm just gonna place it and then I'm gonna go back and then I'm gonna finesse. Finesse. Hold on. Looking for... Give me 2 seconds. Looking for a playlist so I don't have to keep driving me nuts. Hold on. Right. Now we do this part. Did I just merge this? Yeah. You'll be able to see it later. I go like this. That was his face before, by the way. I don't remember if I showed it, but that was before. Doing one task finds another task. This is why I can never finish a video game fast enough. Starts one quest, sees another side quest. You know, in Zelda, they give you like 10 million side quests at the same time. Yeah, that's how I feel in my daily life. That's just how I am. All the I swear I just put his ear back. So I guess his ear was right. I don't know. With his hand behind, low-key looks like he's using her hand as a phone to me. I don't know why. Anyway, going back to my task. Because they're all in the same direction, I think I can just kind of... There is a slight curve. But this is also in shadow. Low key, the way that I drew this, it looks like I did this over and over again. Yeah. When I zoom out, I think it's correct. Essentially. So we're learning when I do armor. I'm learning how I do armor too. When I do armor, you zoom out and you squint. Does it look metallic? Does it look correct? Does it look like the light is coming from the same spot? There's this one YouTuber that I really like, actually. Also a Twitch streamer, by the way, if you're interested. She's really good at explaining how she does stuff. And her voice is very, like... She's just easy to follow somehow. Like, she sounds really smart. The way she explains. It's Peacat. She's great. I feel like I learned so much from watching even her shorts. They're great. And entertaining. So, you want to learn. I feel like I'm somewhat educational occasionally. Because I explain what I'm doing to the best of my ability. But I feel like I'm better at explaining my experience rather than how I do things. Which is why I don't like making videos of don't do it like this or do it like this, because I'm like, honestly, throw out the rules. You could do it any which way, because I make stuff up all the time. Technically, if you were to do armor and like make it shiny like this, you don't actually have to do all of this thinking. You can break it and have it make no sense. But if it looks cool enough, they're not gonna care really. Unless you're aiming for realism. Yeah, they're gonna care then, because it looks weird. It doesn't look right. People are gonna catch it. But if you're not aiming for realistic, yeah, who cares? Go wild. Go wild cats, you know? Ooh. This is lower. I have a feeling I'm gonna hide some of these legs. I'm probably gonna do a gradient on top. So, all right. So far, this is him before or after. Now I'm gonna go through and finesse. I'm going to blend the edges, and I'm also going to not re-add, but like I'm going to add in additional colors because. Well, I'm gonna have to look at the environment here. So this is the environment. I'm gonna have to say colors from the environment because when you do something that's silver, it's a light color, it is shiny. I guess it would also apply if you were doing something dark. But this light color, it's gonna pick up the colors around it. It's also going to reflect its color onto things around it as well. So, like over here, it's right next to something dark. It's going to pick up some of this darkness. But next to his face, it's probably going to take some of the colors of his face. And it's also going to flash light onto his face. And over here, like here and here, is probably going to have a little bit of this tint. I'm like, this part, because technically it's facing down. Like this part here, you can see even on my face, there's like an indent here, right? That means this small little piece here, it's tiny little piece here, is actually facing lower. So whatever color is down here, you can even see it. There is a light down there. It's going to reflect over here and here. Isn't it great to have a camera to explain? Okay, the daunting task, here we go. Blendy, blendy, blendy. I'm sure you can do this all with lasso tool, but I'm not that powerful. Okay, I don't have the patience. Alright. See before after already. Much more shiny. Whiny. shiny, like the boy band. As you saw earlier, you can use blend for this, right? But then, or like blur or smudge, but kind of hard to control, I think. Thus, we are doing it. I think there should be a color here. This piece is actually supposed to be a little bit rounder, I think. I think I made it a bit too pointy. Off it. I think it's good to play not only with a hard, but also, sorry, not only with the soft brush, but also add back some sharp shapes, because similar to when you do, like, I don't know, eyes, there's like a specular highlight, or, you know, exact rectangular shapes. That happens to metal as well. Yes, it do. Oh, now would be a good time, while I'm, you know, mindlessly doing this, to tell you about artist injuries. As you can see, this happened. So I'm going to warn you about them. Also, I'm wearing a back brace today. Also, I can unplug this now. Repetitive stress injuries are really common with artists, and if you're drawing in the same position for a really long time, or if you know, just have the same habits, and you don't take a break, you don't stretch your arm, there is a higher risk that you can develop tendinitis, carpal tunnel, and sovinitis, I believe. The one that I have is called, ironically, tennis elbow. So you can imagine from the motion of somebody going like this over and over again, the tennis racket. So when I'm drawing, I'm doing this a lot. Or if I lift something the wrong way, put too much weight, that will also cause this problem. So it's not only repetitive stress, but if in combination, multiple things happen, you can develop it. Best to do some wrist stretches, arm stretches. One that's really good is this one. You put your arm out straight like this. So straight like this. You take this front part and you pull it back. That's a good one. Also this one, pulled this way. It's great. They do warn that you should be drawing from shoulder or elbow. So you should be moving in a wiping motion. Sorry, hold the mic. If you're doing line art, you're probably doing like this, small, minute motions. I do think artists who do a lot of line art are at higher risk of repetitive stress injuries. So keep that in mind. Which is probably how I hurt all over. You can also set up your desk to be a lot less painful for you. Make it ergonomic. I tend to look down a lot because of where my tablet is, and I'm realizing I get a lot of neck pain. And I tend to slouch a bit over time, which is why I'm wearing the back brace. But I think majority of it is because I cannot see very well, which means that I should change my setup. And then the biggest rule that I gotta say, this is like why I'm telling you, because I really don't want you to hurt yourself if you're watching this in the future, or if you just happen to be here right now. If it hurts, you gotta stop drawing. There's like there's no conversation. You stop. You tell your clients you can't do it, wait a little bit, and you take some rest. If it really hurts, you gotta you've already done damage. That means you need to stop. It's better you take a break than cause irreparable damage, or you really can't draw properly for like a month or something. That's rough. And I'm saying this knowing that literally nobody's gonna listen to me because every artist ignores this, including me. So we always make it worse, and then the next day it hurts real bad. So some people have told me tendonitis hurts really bad, but I haven't really had really bad pain from it, to be honest. I think mine is a very mild case, but that is probably because I stopped. Like I will force myself. But I also didn't acquire mine from drawing in the first place. So it just got worse. Like I weakened apart, and then now it's forever like that. Until I train it. You can like reverse it. You gotta train it though, but let me tell you, artists are not the healthiest. So. Yeah, that was my PSA. Please do your stretches. And if it hurts, stop. It's important. Alright, I think his top half is shiny. Enough. I like this part the most. Wait. Actually, it's a little bit too pointy though. Here I feel like I can be lazy. All connected. Ooh, I did have another comment actually. I usually hear about my artist friends getting injuries, not related to drawing, but like back pain, neck pain, like when they actually have to do something physical. It's because we're sitting all the time. So you should be taking breaks regularly. Obviously, when I'm streaming, you don't see me take that many breaks. I don't. You should. But you should really work to strengthen your posture if you're sitting a lot, because you can really mess up your back. I've heard so many stories. I actually know of one artist, I think Zeronis. He used to work for Riot. He now, I believe, he draws with his finger because he had such a bad repetitive stress injury. And obviously if you're working, you can't really do much, right? Have to push through, kind of. Gotta get paid, right? So it can end up really bad. Imagine having to like just draw with your finger. He still does really well for himself. He draws great. I'm sure it's a disadvantage you don't really want to have to deal with. Personally, I think I would learn how to draw with my left hand. I've heard this too, actually, of other artists. They learn to draw with their left hand because their right hand is so messed up. It's like they're already realizing that it's going to go. So while they have time, they practice with their left hand. You'd be one of those epic ambidextrous artists who can do both. I'll do that. There's some things that help me that you often see me do on live, actually, is I rotate my canvas. It's probably annoying for viewers. I don't care. My arm is more important, right? So, better I do this as an example for y'all. Be inconvenient if it's gonna save your arm. This is really dark. Speaking of, this precision is tiring my arm out, so I'm gonna move on to highlighting here. Ooh. Okay, I kind of completely ignored this section here. Partially because I know it's gonna get covered, probably, but the darkest color. I did draw before going on stream today. Did do quite a bit of polishing work, which is arguably worse for muscles. It's supposed to have a... It does. Wait. It does. Okay. This part here. Let's go! Woo! Hey, hold on, let me flip it just in case I did something weird. Alright. Best part here is to go through with highlight. I believe this is already a little bit too light. Hold on. Before I even do that, let me darken everything. And then I can add the highlight really strong. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go through with a darken layer. Actually darken my highlights. Alright, and now their lighting is quite light. I'm going to... Not light, sorry. It's a quite warm light. It's also very pale. I'm gonna take, like, genuinely her skin color. And we're gonna use add glow. I'm gonna go through and add the highlights properly. The soft brush. Blur passage here. So now I'm gonna go through. So the background is also really light, white. I'm going to add some of that here as if it's hitting the metal, and it's overpowering. So, oop. don't have to think that hard on the placement. Very strong. It's also over here, but this one here is more purpley. Take that color. I also sometimes provide my clients with the version with no background. I think it's so subtle that it's like, eh. And another thing I'm gonna do, just to make it interesting, I'm gonna go with overlay, and I'm gonna take colors in the background and spot it in here. Kind of random, to be honest. I don't really think that hard about this one. Sometimes I do this step before painting, so then like when I'm manually painting, I like take pieces, add it in. There's a lot of extra stuff that you're not really going to see unless it's like close-ups. Woohoo! And that's pretty much how I do metal. That was the base. That's the armor. Ta-chang! When I zoom out. This shoulder might be a little bit too intense, to be honest, but shh. Fine. It's a little bit too intense if that's the only focus, you know, that's the only thing we're looking at. That might be a little bit too much. Oh right, hold on. Before I even continue that, let me add some of the skin color here onto this. Like for example, over here. It's like silver is almost like a mirror. Look at that! Woohoo! Because I have an addiction to highlights, I'm gonna go through with add. Could even do like little glint. Ooh, so shiny. Bendy a little bit, so it doesn't look like I went crazy, but I did absolutely go crazy with the highlight. Another thing is, this is a night, right? So I'm going to add some scratches as if this guy actually does his job. Maybe a darker color. Where else would he get scratched? Here? Horseback riding. Then on top of the scratch, I do a little highlight color because it is deeper. Maybe this is too much. I'm gonna do the classic X scratch. Sometimes when things get scraped, they have like little white scratches. Another way to make it look like brushed metal a little bit. Subtle, right? Tiny little bit. Not much going on, but just a little bit. Just adds a little bit of life. Alright, I said render clothing, right? Which means I can't just render his clothing, I also gotta render her clothing. Let me... Actually, maybe I should render their hands, actually. Doesn't that look like the more difficult thing to do? Ooh. Maybe I shouldn't procrastinate. Maybe I should do that while I'm awake. While I'm alive, I should do that. Do you think there might be a little bit off here? To be fair, like, how do you see his anatomy under the armor at this point? I drew the anatomy first and then I did the armor on top. Yeah, let me do their hands. Yeah, I'll do his glove underneath and then I'll draw her hand because I'm gonna have to carve it out. I just saved a tutorial for this, but leather gloves, huh? I don't think this leather would be like super shiny. I think it's more like soft leather. Oh. Less contrast. Like I was saying earlier. Ooh, that's a good point. I can show you the contrast thing now. So, skin has less contrast than metal does. And I'll show you. See, in black and white, I shall exemplify. The darkest color of this metal is like here. The lightest color of this metal is it's essentially white, right? It's like here. It's really hard to see. But, you know, next lightest color here. It's very close to the background. Right? And then versus the skin, where his darkest color is this color. And his lightest color, I think it's this color. Aside from his sclera. It's very close together. So that's what I mean by the gap of contrast. Only thing I know. I draw a lot of metal, actually. I draw a lot of jewelry. I had a phase. I'm just drawing like gold armor, gold jewelry, gold everything. So I draw more gold than anything. Oh, that's why it's so weird. Here we go. This is black, and I low-key don't care at this point. Should be wrinkles where the joint bends. Looks like a glove, right? It would be nicer if it was more like she was further back this way. Like that. However, then his face gets mostly covered, which is why I didn't do it. And if I do it like this, it only really works if I move her finger down. But if you're like moving your hand like this, maybe it's possible. But if you're pulling your pinky like this, is it uncomfortable? Can I move her pinky? Can I move her finger? Without interrupting his nose, which is a weird statement to make. Let me move her back. Okay. Better leave it as is, I think. Actually, I could just... Why does it select so much? Huh. That doesn't help very much. It helps here. Here. There we go. A little bit cleaner. You see what's happening? I'm selecting this color, but it's not coloring that. Aha, that makes sense. Like what? Opacity was off. Alright. Let me do her hands. Hands are actually still hard for me. Not to draw, to paint. Different skill set. I mess up, I can erase what's overlapping there. This shouldn't be dark. Hand low-key looks so bizarre, but I did use a 3D model, so I'm just like, okay, whatever you say, 3D model. No. I don't have the full line art of her, do I? Because then I could just use that as a reference. Where are you? No, I don't have it. Well, shucks. This reminds me, like, sometimes when there's like a small little flaw, like in the hand or, you know, wherever, my friend actually has something really encouraging to say about this. So she does conventions the same as I do, but sometimes if you're like rushing, you don't have time to, like, you know, polish everything, and then you catch that there's an issue with it like later and you're like, oh dang. She was saying that actually customers don't really care about that perfect ideal version that you're thinking of so hard. Which is good, because chances are you never really reach it. But it's something I think of as well with the clients as well. How many times can I say as well? Because I do try and get it as good as I can. And sometimes you can think like people are noticing that one issue, but if you are true to the character and you try and get their vibe as well as you can, I think that matters way more than you making their hand slightly awkward. Because you're gonna learn how to do that. You're gonna learn how to make the hands perfect eventually. But you can never get the opportunity to redraw that commission again, probably, and give that bring that character to life and do it justice. The essence, not that small little hand issue. Sometimes though, you do, if you're like friends with the client, yeah, I guess you could, yeah, repaint it. Or they might ask you to repaint it. That's kind of bold though, but I think you're like really friendly with the artist and it's like years later and you're like, I know you've improved so much, could you redraw this for me? I think it could happen. I don't know if it's ever happened. I haven't been in the game that long for it to happen. I've definitely been commissioned the same character more than once though, or couple or whatever, but it's usually like for marketing purposes. And it's like, oh, well, you did a good job the last time. So usually when a client comes back, they say, I don't think anybody else could do them justice the same way. So I'm like, thank you. That's like a huge compliment. So I think that's genuinely something to think about what is, you know what you should also think about is what's going on with his arm. What's, huh? What it? Hello? I think the thumb is like, is it sideways? Well, from this far away, I don't think we need to really draw the nail, but I want to make sure it's the right direction. What's happening? I am gonna clean this finger because what the heck? You're not making my life easy. Stop making it difficult, bro. Oop. I think her thumb might be. His hand also technically might be slightly bigger, which is kind of annoying that I figured this out now. I don't want to move on my chairs. No, I think it's okay. Using my hand for reference, my fingers, the sizing. Her thumb that's skinnier? Is that why I'm like... Alright. Alright. Because it's behind the hand, the lighting. It's crazy thinking about lighting this hard when, like, in reality, physics just figures it out. It's just there. It just exists like that. There's nothing to figure out. It's just there. Crazy concept. Don't think too hard on that. That's trippy. Man, I really hope I don't have to move this arm. At this point, it's one of those things where it's like, yeah, even if I wanted to, I'm not going to, because it's like... That's complicated. That's too much. So to me, it looks like he's kissing her 2 fingers, and I think that's cute. I think it could be cute. Like, that's the only thing he could catch before she spun around. I think it works, right? Somebody told me it works. Oh my god. I hope it works. Now I'm just jumping around because I'm like, now we're in it. We're polishing. This one looks angry, and this one looks like he's into it, or concerned. I think that's okay. All right. We gotta do this hand, because I don't want to. That's why we gotta do it. That's exactly why we gotta do it. Alright. How do I do this? Redraw his outline here. Originally his hand was supposed to be on his belt, right? Is it really on his belt? Hmm. Maybe if I move his hand, it works. Let's try. Chop, 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 chop. Okay, actually, hold on. Let me copy more of it so I don't have to guess. Chop this finger. Wow, that looks so creepy. Okay. That's weird. Ah, because this would extend more this way. Wait, no. Kind of. Something like that. Okay. Let's just erase this. I can understand what I'm looking at here. I think it works better, like, if I put the belt there. It's like his hand is on the belt. Right? I'm not just delusional. It works. Right? Right? Nod with me. Why aren't you nodding? I can't hear you nodding through the screen, please. This is what I mean by doing corrections, by the way. If somebody asked me to do a correction, this is essentially what it entails. But you know what? I've actually been asked to do a correction. Usually not because it's a client, like, wanted it, like, last minute, but usually because I missed something and then we caught it. We both caught it last minute. In those cases, I like fix it so fast, like 5 minutes. I'm like, give me 5 minutes because this should have been done and I didn't do it. So like, give me 2 seconds. It's kind of impressive, actually. Not gonna lie. Low-key a flex. Okay. This works better if the loop is higher, I think. I mean, like, if the thumb is lower and the loop is like this, dead. Or I can't move the belt, so it has to move the hand. Once again, move you a little bit. We did all that cleaning. A tiny bit. know if that's an awkward pose. Realistically, I would give him a sword or something. However, I charge for props. I don't know if that's a weird thing to do, but usually it's because the pose with the prop, for some reason, gets so complicated that I'm like, yeah, that's an extra $5. Thank you. It's not the weapon itself half the time. Well, sometimes it is, actually. Sometimes they have like a whole staff, and then I can't get the perspective right. And I have to like 3D model something or whatever. Or charge accordingly. But as somebody said, apparently I have very affordable rates, so even with that, I feel bad charging for certain things sometimes, or asking for like charging for revisions. So I usually don't, unless it's like really big or like completely change the category that it is, because I charge by like portrait, bust, or like not bust, portrait and bust are the same thing. Portrait, half body, and full body. And if like, let's say they ask me, yeah, I've had it happen, like a half body, they're like, can we change it into a full body? Then I'm like, oh yeah, I'm doing extra, I have to draw feet now. I don't like drawing feet. So yeah, it's gonna charge more because I gotta draw shoes. Or if it's like a really long dress, I gotta draw more of this dress. So that's arguably less work, you know. Is that awkward? Is this pose awkward? I did all that, now I'm like, is that awkward? But that looks awkward too. Because this is like bending his arm really far. This one, at least he's like doing something, but like, would a knight do that? Because originally I was thinking just put his hand on top of the belt, like it's just resting, but then belt loops exist. I'll leave it. This is mostly just cleaning and then adding a bit of shadow. I gotta search this up. I feel like it's a weird pose. Somebody tell me if it's weird or not. Knight pose. Let me search it. Literally search that. Always with the sword. But you don't have a sword. Therefore, that's what's difficult. See, I feel like usually the arm is resting. However, at this point, his arm is bent there. Yeah, we can only move the hand. We can't move his whole arm. That would be a lot of effort. I just give him a sword. So he has something. Or usually, if you're kissing someone's hand, your arm goes behind. And if it's in front, I feel like it would be further back holding, like, not holding onto his belt, however, just, this is not tight enough, holding himself, essentially, out of respect, just like you put your hand somewhere. So, I did all that with this hand. However, I might actually move his arm back a bit. If it's possible, even. Okay, well that's not what I want. Breaking his armor over here. This might not make sense in the perspective that we're at. But if I break it, at least I make it work pose-wise. I erase his thumb. Not do the same mistake again, that's crazy. Return his thumb back. Kind of, slightly. Maybe actually bend his hand. Oh, I did so much work. Now I'm gonna erase it. Bend it this way. Bend it even more. Yeah, that's weird. Yeah, we're leaving it like this. Except for the thumb. I feel like the pose didn't really work for this character. It's too lax. When you rest your fingers in your belt loops, it's very casual. And he's talking to a princess. Or he's literally kissing a princess's hand, so that seems a bit much. That's much. Ideally, I would have given the pose, the host pose, even. A hand behind the back or hand on the chest, but we've come too far. And this is where we're at now. Slightly different, though. I did move his hand to be a little less uncomfortable, because it did look really uncomfortable. I could have had it where he was holding his belt, like holding onto his belt, but the angle now, it doesn't really work. Yeah, I'm just gonna merge it. A lot of liquefying going. Don't judge me. You leave judging. Stop it. Alright, well, let's paint his glove. Let's paint his dang glove. What is this? Still have to load my car for the event tomorrow, so I'm like, let's go. I gotta finish this. Please. I do think streaming has alleviated some stress in terms of looking, like, when clients are able to look at what I'm actually doing, it doesn't look like I've been procrastinating this whole time. I'm like, no, it's genuinely things arise while I'm working and it's not so cut and dry. Like, I can't decide if that hand fits better for your character or not. but it's not worth delaying the whole process just to ask about the hand. So I must proceed. I thought about giving him like armored hand. Not really gloves, but armor for his hands. But then it looked really uncomfortable to like be holding a princess's hand wearing that. So I opted for gloves because it was closer to, being gentle as a hand. That looks crazy right now. Should be a seam on this glove. Would it be this way or would it be this way? It's this way, right? It looked weird. Oof. Well, there's his glove. Thank goodness. I think tomorrow, because I have an event. Sometimes I draw at the events, but it's kind of uncomfortable. You can't like put a tablet straight on the table or anything. Because I have a setup, right? So tomorrow, I think I might not draw for quite a few hours, so my arm can chill out. Because this is a lot of drawing today. Before streaming, I think I drew like 3 hours maybe. And then my stream is like 4 hours. Well, probably gonna be over 4 hours because I want to do more. So like a shift. 7 hours. It never feels like shift work. It's like I enjoy it. However, you gotta know. That's like shift work. That's why when after streams, I'm always like, I need to take a break because essentially I did like 8-hour shift or something. I don't understand the artists who draw like 12 hours on stream. Much too long for me. All right. Heck yeah, let's go. I'm gonna do the chainmail now. I don't remember how I do chainmail. I think I do it like this. You can do it messy. It doesn't really matter because you can't see it when you zoom out. Kind of like mermaid scales a little bit. I learned this from a teacher, by the way. How to do this. Except I'm going to use a rough pen because I mess up and it'll be okay. Oh god. Why did I do this? Why did I do it like this? Oh, hold on, hold on, hold on. We're not gonna do it like this. This is too much. It's way too much. Way too much. It's gonna hurt my arm. So, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna do it flat, and then I'm gonna use their clone tool. There is a copy stamp. Okay, cool. Right. Do it like here. I have lost the pattern. It doesn't matter that deep. It's not that deep. It really is not. It doesn't have to be uniform. It's gonna be so tiny. All it needs to be is there, okay? Actually, I don't, it is weird, because I cannot extend it. Hold on. I'm gonna do it like this. The wave! Too hard to draw it small. I'm gonna draw it big. Can I do it like this? Okay. Hear me out. Hear me out. Yeah? Okay. I'm gonna put this here because there's a copy stamp for this. Where's the copy stamp? Ah, here. Okay. I rarely use this. I haven't used this in Studio that much. All right, whatever. What do you mean, bro? What do you mean? After. There's gotta be a better way. What confuses me is how to use this brush. What? That's the furthest we've gone so far, so great. It's easier vertically. Oh my god. Kind of. Close enough. Are you learning with me? We're learning together. Is this area is the opposite direction, so I gotta have to. Luckily, there's not chainmail everywhere, so that would be rough. Imagine like a whole chainmail dresser. Oh, no thank you. No thank you, senor. I'm good. Honestly, at this point, I don't care about that like tiny little seam, like not perfect, because you won't be able to see it. I promise when I finally fix it up. Ah! This one is this direction. I wonder if I could just select to avoid clean this up manually. Let's go. This is like really not polished. I don't know what happened here. Hold on. Real quick. This color. Alright, back we go. Okay. Ooh. Okay. Now this is the big challenge. This big piece. We know this part is clean, so copy this. I lied. I copied absolutely nothing. I don't know how it allowed me to do that. Okay. Okay. Right. Try that again. Okay. I lied. This part here is not clean. It's the right direction. That looks like it would be the right direction. Okay, yeah, I am going to use a copy stamp tool except for right here, because that looks like annoying. Try and copy. Here? Something like that. Okay. Copy stamp. Ooh, maybe from here. Look at that. It stresses me out that there's like a darker layer the more times I go over it. That's crazy. It's annoying. It's okay. I am going to paint over it. So, not like paint over it completely, but I'm going to color it so then it'll look like metal, and also it'll disguise some of this jankiness. But also, look, when I zoom out, how are you going to see that? Really? You're not. You're not. But is it going to look like chainmail? Yeah, it is. So that's what we want. Uh-huh. All right. Oh, well, okay. All right then, sir. Hey now. Hey now. This is what dream. This is not what dream. Right, I have to do the one that's further. I swear I've used this tool before. Just not in this program. Great. This seam here. This one is too obvious that something's wrong. Alright, I'm gonna do it this way and come back. I'm just aiming to do less work. So if there's a little work, I'm like, okay, fine. Like right here, if I need to cheat a little to make it work, okay, fine. Plus, chainmail gets tangled, right? So that's fine. Whatever, you know? Right here. Not perfect, but we'll do it. These guys, I think this... Does this have anything in here? It looks like it does. Yes. Alright. Ish. Alright. Now is the time. It's time to do. No, sorry. It's time. It's time to add like shine onto it, but let me clean it so you can actually see what it looks like. Round. I'm trying to eliminate how much work I have to do. Still gonna have to do work, but would be cool. Here is the list. Also can just click. So half of it is already in there. See, when I said drawing armor, did you think I just meant the metal? No, of course not. I have chainmail to do in here. Let's go. It looks like chainmail so far? Kinda. Kinda. Alright. I'm going to paint it first, and then I'm going to flip it and then merge it, and then we don't have to worry about it. Little gaps. That's okay. Alright, night. Let's go. I think I need to blow out that candle though. You wait 2 seconds. Whoop. It's very hot. My outfit's very crazy. I didn't realize you could see it. But I have fuzzy pants. Because it's supposed to match with like a fuzzy sweater, but it's too hot in here. And then I'm just wearing a plain t-shirt because I was chilling before it streamed. I aim to just show you this part. I was gonna turn off the camera there, but I was like, nah, it's fine. Whatever. Don't worry, one day I'll wear the matching outfit in winter. It's really cute. The hoodie has bunny ears. It's way too hot. Tends to also underneath. I guess. Here. Back here. It might be a little bit too defined, where it's giving kind of creepy vibe. So I'm going to soften it up, and then only in certain parts I'll add like a little highlight. Like they all caught the light here. Also using the rough pen here again. So it's like more green. Like this, see? That's how. There is definitely like a more less flawed execution than what I did. However, the idea is the same, you know? Because me struggling with the copy paste tool was crazy, but here I don't want to actually highlight it too much. It's supposed to be in the background. Push it down. This I have to clean, I believe. Yeah, just use darken. That way, not to clean as much as only darkening. Turning it on and off to see where. That down. Be click this down. Oh, so this is what it looks like underneath. Oh. Now he looks very polished. Let's go, dude. So handsome. Woohoo. Okay. You look like a handsome young man. I think my glasses for this one part because I can't actually see when I draw in dark colors. There's a little bit of a glare. Little to no effort in what I was wearing today, but I still wore makeup. That's crazy. I genuinely, this is just catfish. This, oh, that's all you see of me, okay? Especially in YouTube videos. Just kidding. If I share more videos, I do feature my whole body, okay? You get to see how short I am. You know how some people, like, they look tall? Like, they're not actually tall, but they just look tall? I am not one of those people. I think I look average height, and I am short. Like, you know, when people see celebrities in person, they go, you look taller on TV or something. Yeah, that's not gonna happen to me. I look short, and I am shorter. Not short. You know, average. Nothing wrong with being short. Love the short queens and kings. Beauties. Alright, there could be a little bit more. I really prioritize doing his outfit over hers. I think because I think hers is easier. Genuinely. Her hair though. Every time I have a checklist like this, I'm like, I'm gonna do this, this, and this. I'm gonna get to the next commission. Didn't, because like it's been 4 hours. Almost. Dollar's probably better. Honestly, maybe just keep this solid. Because how the heck am I gonna color that any other way? If you notice, the way that I color is I essentially dot the color, smudge it out, paint over it. That's my technique, I guess. So if you want to copy it, be my guest. That's how I paint. I think I added a little too much contrast because it's kind of looking funny. Also, to separate them better, I'm probably gonna do like a dark outline for both of them. Separate, like, not one dark line around both of them, but dark line. Ta-da-da! He is missing like a belt buckle, I think, because how is his belt just like on him? This is a question. Also, arguably could have done like more blocking pieces here. you know. Let's just add a belt buckle. Need an example of a belt. Oh, nope, right? Be bigger than the actual belt. Oh. Little holes for the belt. And then this belt up here, you can kind of assume that the buckle... Actually, I think it also should have a buckle. Wait, hold on. They're not the same belt. They're not attached to each other. So. Bro's wearing 2 belts. This guy is bougie as heck. This guy has money. Cash money, bro. I can afford 2 belts. Honestly, they might not have even loops, so maybe it was the right call to not give them loops. Because they tend to wrap the belts over. For a reference of a belt with this specific. Looks like typically this piece is connected actually to the belt, so perhaps we should do that. As in this metal piece actually connected belt. References, they're very important. But that would mean that there's a little bit of a gap here, which would show chainmail. Of course it would. Can't escape. Actually, the gap is so tiny that it's fine. Use it darkest color. Darkest color. Bite me. Here. This here. this one is also connected. This. That? Maybe not. Maybe do that. If there was a centerpiece, it would also have a belt. Not going to add a centerpiece. Chainmail revealing here. Kind of unfortunate for his front half. Hopefully nobody tries to get a sword there. Ooh. Ooh. Ouchie. See, we're all learning how to draw armor today. But there are so many different styles of armor, you could really go any which way. But now it makes more sense. I don't think it's necessary for the design to like actually make sense for it to work, but like for it to look good, to work for the purpose. However, I kind of care. I kind of care that it makes sense. Also, this is drawn wrong. Did you notice? Did you notice and not tell me? Just kidding. You knew I would notice. Because when I was moving the arm around, I didn't fix this little tiny part. Alrighty. Arguably, the belt buckle should have been somewhere else, but don't worry about it. They're already there, already here. Some people are so used to drawing armor, like if you're a game designer or game artist, right? You probably draw a lot of armor, so then you don't have to search up a reference every time, and also you know the names of the parts, so you know what to Google. I am not that good. Once upon a time, I knew it a little bit better because I drew them more than once in a row, so then you kind of build up a visual library. The only pieces I really remember apart like about the armor is this armor here, like this whole piece, like 1, 2. This one, and that's only from Monster Hunter, to be honest. And clearly I don't remember how to attach this part. This part here, I also have to double check. So yeah, but it's good because then you can Google. You can also do so much character design with the armor. Like you can make it pointier if your character is like more of a villain, or you can make it more round, or if they have like some motif that applies to their character. Like I don't know, they're the king of a sun colony or something. I have no idea. You can do a bunch of shapes that are like mimicking a sun. If it's a moon, you can imagine doing like, you know, yeah, you can do shapes on the actual armor itself. That's really cool. Like, you know, that's cool. You can also like extend this to make it look like a moon. Yeah, cool stuff. All right, the armor is finito. Thank God. Thank God. Took us a century to get here. But we're here. If you're not used to drawing men, this is something I had to learn how to draw stubble and like just, you know, beards, like facial hair. So the way that I do it, give you a little lesson. Today's stream is all teaching you how I draw certain things. I already did it in the line art because I needed to explain to the client what I was gonna do. So it's kind of already there. But I essentially, for this character, it's like, I think light stubble. It's not like a lot. So stubble also continues here unless they, you know, shave. But this guy, he's a knight, but also on the move. So if he has stubble, I'm assuming he has some on his neck a little bit. Next here, here, and, you know, different designs. Okay. I make it more full near the jaw because that's the area that is usually the darkest. So, from afar. But that's too soft. That just looks like he's wearing, like, spray paint on his face. So I go back in, and I'm gonna use the rough brush because it apparently makes it easier. Also, I just learned this, that I can draw with transparency. Dude, game changer. That was a crazy thing to learn. And I essentially make it a little bit more irregular throughout. I think I made it too dark, considering he already had some darkness. Alright. At this point, I actually take the colors that we've got here, that's why I did it random, and I blend them together here. So I put like little strokes throughout, take this dark color, put strokes throughout, remembering that the edge is darkest. Almost like a gradient, but not completed. And near the edges of where the hair is, I feather it in with like dark strokes. Darker strokes. I make like a little patch of bare skin, then I reintroduce. I can create the shape I want. So I'm essentially making little patches of bare skin and also hair. It's a little bit more irregular when it's double. It's not like all there. You should have some sideburns here. And that's how I do stubble. See? Far. Don't mind his sideburn. He didn't have a sideburn, so I gave him one. Alright. Before I continue and like jump to her clothing, I'm going to darken this right here. I do think he looks a little bit dead because he doesn't have a shine in his eye, so temporarily. Or maybe I just put a permanent one in there. Try this. something like that for now. All right, girly, it's your turn. Surely a dress is easier, right? I might use a rough pen. So my thinking is I'm going to add silver embroidery to her dress as well. Oh. Let's work on the base first. This light might be too strong. I can always adjust the light after. So she is a princess, right? So I'm thinking her fabric is a lot more fancy, therefore it's going to be shiny. Arguably, it shouldn't be this texture. I'm going to remove some texture. Just making it easier for myself right now. Rather than being super precise. I go back, wait. Too bright. Okay, I know I'm gonna add embroidery here. I'm going to fill this back in with green, and then I'm gonna paint the embroidery up. I just needed to add it so client understood. That's the plan. That's like the proposed future version of it. I believe this should also be silver, like a little cap sleeve. I think it looks better. Hold on, this is supposed to be like green, proper green. Shadow here. Hickory. Ah, yes. Iconic look. I call it the broccoli. Took an additional sleeve here. That? This is also silver. It just doesn't look silver yet. The pendant. So that was the mess it was before, and it's now starting to look like a dress. Of course, I do have the old version of her down here, so we can see how far we've come afterwards. It's time, similar to the armor before, I'm going to soften everything up. Faster than the armor though, right? I already got to this stage here. Even though it's like more corseted and tight, I think there still should be a little bit of a ripple if she's pulling this way, I guess. Well, actually, maybe it should be fully straight, but it looks more like fabric and not skin tight now. Oh, there it is. Look at that. So much nicer. In such a short time, right? versus the armor that's gonna that was oof, a long time. That's why I did it first. The broccoli sleeve. I believe this should have been like this. Not sure. Could have been more romantic and interesting. I believe that's his eye highlight. That's that. That. I do think it's more interesting. I don't know if it works though. Alright, be confident and merge them together. It's supposed to be silver, and ended up very green. I'm like, what? I'm gonna make it silvery again afterwards. So I'm like, why is it so green? What did I do? It's also quite green over here. I'll just if it's embroidered on top, there's kind of a shadow, right? Because this part is like buried underneath. Ooh, it's time for a fan. It's hot in here. Oh. Let me look at what she was before. I do think she kind of started leaning further. Like her angle is correct now. Her cheekbones totally. Oh, a little bit too pointy. This is the first thing we started on stream today. The face. Here we are. Her hair is black, except I typically avoid using pure blacks. It ended up being kind of this purple color, which is unnatural, so but it works. Because if it was like more reddish, then we would lean a little bit more toward browning. This is more like, oh, it's blue-black. Okay, cool. Happened over here. I am currently working on one layer for. Actually, hold on. What? Made her nose bigger. That might be it, actually. I made her nose bigger, and now it doesn't kind of look like we're looking at her from below a little bit. Before I forget, we're gonna do that hand. Wait, hold on. Before I even get to that hand, this blended terribly. Oop. Should be a shadow next to this sleeve. I do think this hand's shadow is like really intense. Too much. Fix it at this very second. Fix it all together here. Okay, her neck is very straight. I feel like it should be a little bit further back. Hold on. Also, this. Not sure if that's correct. Yeah, also, because I faded this in, her forehead looks like very tall. Typically when I draw the hair in liner, like with such cleanliness, it's because I want to save time. So it should arguably be faster, her hair, but we'll get there because they both need hair done. They both need to go to the salon. Salon. Alright, it's time for me to take this thingy off. Been on a little bit too long. You can only go on, stay on for a certain amount of hours. Crazy. Very tight. This part, sometimes cleaning the silhouette makes it look so much closer to being finished. All right, your hand, ma'am. May I have your hand? Not in marriage, but just to fix it, because like, dang, girl. Dang. Alright, I'm gonna push for another hour, so like until 1 a.m. Currently 12:20. If I'm not done by then, I have to cut it because I still need to load my car. I still have an event tomorrow. So I'm gonna do my very best to finish. But that does take priority. Otherwise, if I show up there with nothing, kind of a problem. Candy blend. Have a knuckle here. Her thumb really long, or it's just an illusion? the fabric itself is fine so far. I think it's just like we gotta add the embroidery. Probably add like a little bit of texture to make it look like silk or whatever. Alright, guess we gotta do this embroidery. Make sure that this part here, that. Embroidery is gonna be wrapping around that. These clean because this is also going to be embroidered. Right. I feel like might be my imagination. I think on this screen versus my monitor, her face is a little squished horizontally. So. All right. How do I do this? Let me look up some embroidery for these types, or maybe just medieval dresses. And let's see, find an example of the embroidery I need. Or maybe I should just look at my sketch. I did. Embroidery. Oh. Oh. Embroidery for dresses, though. That's complicated to be able to. That's Celtic. Interesting. I want something that's easy to repeat because it's going to go all the way around. Okay. Where to do this, I think. Slightly high. this angle is slightly off. Alright. Alright. First things first, I believe it's like green underneath and then silver on top. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take this green. Okay. And then on top of that, I'm gonna draw the embroidery. Maybe also here. The middle part. The part that's getting covered. Alright, now we gotta figure out the pattern. Well, let's start basic then. Do a little circle. I can't decide. We start basic and then we go from. Alright, so that's a circle. What can we put in this circle? What can we do to this circle? Little connecting line here. Or in cathedral shape at the windows. So let me try that again. This way. Cathedral shape. I have no idea if there's anything like religion in this. That's not the concept, it's just the shape. No big deal. It is very simple, so because it's gonna be so small. And within this. And then, because there's an empty space here, one of these. And now it's embroidery. Ta-da! Arguably, I would have made this more like intricate or whatever, but it's gonna be hard to see all the way from over here, and especially over here, I don't be able to see anything. So simpler is better. Something that's easy to understand from afar. This, right? That. Oh, I did make it too tall, actually. Here, that's why I was like, what? Something's wrong. All right. Alright, and now we've got to do something, a variation of that, throughout. How the heck am I going to do that? Alright. Like this. This one can stay full silver, I think. It's just the neckline part. So we're going to do the same thing. Going to take this green. I'm gonna have to look at this sketch again to make sure I'm not missing. Because I believe it's also on the sleeve itself, if I'm not mistaken. Aha! Wait, I kind of like the original version better. What the heck? Like what I did originally, I like that better. Let's see if I can make that work for us. Maybe if I fill these. Maybe not. Okay. All right. Let me take my sketchy. I'm gonna draw over the sketch roughly, and then I'm going to reapply that. Okay, here's my layer. This is the pattern that we're doing. I don't know how I came up with this, but okay. Thank you. Pass me. Thank you so much. It's an upside down house. Okay, we'll do it like that. We'll put a little... I'm just doing like a variation here. Because cleaning it up, it kind of is crazy. Like, what is it? This piece. A hole here. There's a hole here, and a hole here. It's a house with a face. No, it's literally a house. Like, it literally... It's a house with Mickey Mouse ears. It's a Mickey Mouse... What's it called? Mickey Mouse Club. I can't remember what it's called right now. What? Alright. Mickey Mouse Clubhouse. I got it. I got there. This is the dumbest process for an embroidery ever. Alright. It looks dope though, doesn't it? And if I flip it upside down? Looks great. Beauty. Okay, just to like rectify my soul. And stop seeing the house. There. There we go. Now we've got to extend this embroidery up here somehow. Oh man. How does one do that? How do I do that? It doesn't have to continue the pattern, so... Oh! I am going to... It just has to have some semblance of relation to the pattern. This one has this, like... scallop design here going on, so maybe I'll replicate that. Wait, it has to make sense. Like, it has to connect somehow, because otherwise it looks crazy. I'm using the word crazy too much, but it looks... disastrous. Fashion disaster. Okay. There needs to be some semblance of something. Some semblance that I tried. Okay. Maybe like this? But then it's too short, isn't it? Didn't have to connect, but I'm just testing to see if it works. That'd be hilarious. Oh, sorry, this is now becoming a road. Do you see it? Is this real life? Alright. Alright now. Take it back now, y'all. Sorry, I don't know where her sleeve is. It's actually further down this bit, but that's fine. Sunflowers? You are my sunshine. No? Bordering on delusional right now. Don't worry about it. That has got to be the ugliest thing. Nope. Abort. Abort. Hey, I like this concept better. So. My hand can't even draw a straight line anymore. It's just happening. Alright. Arts? Okay, sorry. I'll be serious. It looks like a little ghost. But is it working? Let me test. Kinda not. If this is filled in silver though, like this whole piece, okay, maybe too much. So maybe that. I like it. I'm sold. Let's go. Now I just gotta do something here. So I think maybe we replicate this one over and over. Because do I look like I'm gonna do that all over again? God, nah, man. Not me. Not today. Not today. Manually move it. Yes? Will this work? Perspective-wise? Can I... Hello? Art gods? Are you listening? Or... Yeah, okay, cool. Oh, I got scared. I was like, what's it selecting? Oh my goodness. Nope. Wicked. Got to do the last one there. I'm happy that it ended up being able to like end to 5, because if it didn't, then it looks like an accident. 5 looks like an intentional pattern. 3 looks like an intentional. 4 looks like... Nice try. Alright. Here we go. Copy the stamp. Okay, thank you. Thank you for your service. Like my sound effects for when I have to move things. Right. I don't know why it looks like it's selecting something over there. There's nothing over there for you. Buddy, stop it. Scared. Alright, good old liquefy. Oh. Please work. Please, please. Please, please. Like a Sabrina Carpenter song. Please, 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 please. Good enough? Yeah. However, I also need to duplicate this and move it to the other side. Yeah, okay. Gotta just move it to our other sleeve. Shrink, 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 shrink. Shrink. Dink. We do a little clip, we do a little clip, and we do a little. Oh man! Oh man! Man! I thought we were done. It's okay. Don't worry, everyone. I'm a professional. See? You doubted me. You and me both, actually. Secretly, I had so much doubt. Not gonna lie, this is a little bit too busy. Maybe too much. But at this point, can you even see that? Does anybody care? No. All right. We're in unanimous agreement, right? Nobody cares about this. This is like so tiny that like doesn't have to look perfect. Right. Also, if you're coming in late, this is the whole thing. Sorry. It looks like I'm only working on just embroidery. I swear. I did more. In fact, I did a lot. Can I show you? You want to see? So this is them right now. That's what I started with. This has been the whole stream. This has been one stream. Do you understand why I'm cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs right now? I'm losing my mind. It's been a minute. I'm trying to finish it. Alright, moving on. Not losing it. Totally here. I'm totally sane. What do you mean? Arguably, it might have been faster to just draw this part out. And I think I'm right. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna draw this part out, but I'm not gonna do the whole thing because it's too much. You're too much. How do I do this? I'm doing a bizarre color so I can see it. This is like this. Okay, this. Like that. Yes? Right? Yeah? Okay. Bear with me, y'all. This is gonna look so cool after. This is dumb. What am I doing? This is... Look at that. Okay, we got that part down. We do these little triangles. See how I was using my brain? I got there. When you get tired, you start doing things the hard way because you're just tired. Hold on, I made these vertical. They're supposed to be pointing in toward the triangle. Otherwise, it kind of just looks like a weird being. Hold on, no. It's supposed to be closer to the triangle. There we go. That's why I was like, what? What's that? There we go. And I have to make a little bam! Work smart, not hard. Now I gotta change it back to silver. Get rid of this loser. Get out of here. Bye. These two can be on the same layer. Amazing. Amazing. What month is after April? May. Amazing. Thank you. Thank you. I say thank you not because I'm thinking you are saying amazing behind your screen, but thank you for listening to that terrible joke. That was ridiculous. All right. I think we can just, aside from the green here, merge these together. I have anxiety now. I'm like, no, what are you doing here? There we go. Nice. Wait, no, I can't do that. I'll clip it afterwards. We gotta make it actually look like embroidery here. We're gonna make it wrinkle sparkle. Here, you're silver. I can take you. Maybe that was too silver. Sure, give me your purple. Cute. You guys don't not only share kisses, you apparently also share colors. Look at that. Romance at its finest. Bring it down a little bit. Now we can do the clipping layer. And now I can breathe. Woof. Woof. Alright. Let me take this rough pen. Add some texture here. Make it look like a... I don't know what fabric I'm thinking of. Maybe it is silk, but... where the threads are shiny. And they're kind of itchy, to be honest. Not gonna lie. Itchy threads. Think of those. Because nothing says royalty like uncomfortable clothing. Right? Also super, so heck. Also, this is saving me, so I don't have to suffer through trying to polish this too much. Because I wanted this done last month, but I mean, October 31st, however. It's now November 4th. I'm going so fast, y'all, you don't understand. Looks like metal a little bit, but you know, is it silver? Yes. what would have been even cooler is if I added like cool embroidery here or whatever, but we are not going to. That was not asked of me, and also I think I might die. That seems like really complicated to map out this. No. Also, I don't think it, maybe it does. Medieval dresses, I don't know if they actually had that on their sleeves, really. So I didn't do that because what I saw. Ooh, also, are we listening? I don't even know. Okay. What do I do next? Can I move on to hair, or am I lying to myself? Actually, before I do that, let me lighten up this hand because I feel like it's really, shadow's like really dark. Don't want to get the sleeve. Okay. Yeah. Alright, let me go back to this guy real quick, and let me actually add the highlight to his eye. That was a fake highlight this one. Alright, that's too bright. Sorry, sir. You're a bright soul, but that's too bright for you. That has got to be the laziest stroke I've ever done on a painting. However, it worked, so... Okay. Alright. Sure. Amazing. Alright, ma'am. We're gonna work some magic with your hair. That's what I want to hear when I sit down to the hairdressers. Come on. Home stretch here. Okay, so we've established, because of the time, I'm not gonna manage today. Or at least I'm not gonna finish in this stream, because I have to do things like be horizontal for 8 hours. This is supposed to have a Celtic symbol on it. I don't know how I'm gonna do it. It's quite tiny. It's a locket here. Alright, let me look at it. This Celtic symbol here. Where are we? References. Where are we? Here we go. Oh my. Complicated symbol. Okay. Okay, so it's a symbol like this. I'm going to straight up take it because looks too complicated for it to draw in such detail. This is the one we're looking at. Also, I made the locket more long. Round was probably the cuter move here. So let's do that then. Can I just like, can I? No, stop. Stop it. I am your master. You listen to me, Eclipse Studio. I paid money. This probably should be blended, actually, now that I'm zoomed in this part. Dang. Dang. Real quick, let me just... You saw nothing. Nobody saw any of that. That didn't happen. That wasn't real. This is all a dream. This is... Oh, I got it. Alright. Alright, it's rounder. Yeah? Yeah? Okay. How am I gonna do this? I think I'm going to base it. Oh. Roughly. Because it's gonna be, or, yeah, there's no way. There's no freaking. Pressing way harder than I need to be pressing right now. This is how you know somebody's tracing something, because they press so hard. It's like so unnatural. Like you lose line weight that way. But in this context, dude, who cares? I mean, unless you're tracing your own stuff, because then you know what to do. All right. Also, hold on. Yeah, that's a good point. Lockets aren't... They don't attach like that. Hey, girl. Sorry to interrupt, but you are wearing your stuff wrong. Let me fix real quick. I did this in the most difficult way possible. It should be connected like that. Nice. Nice, Sue. Alright. Yeah, I did just say that. Tiny, 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 tiny. See, it's really small, like. Okay, maybe it does want to use. Tiny, tiny, tiny. Looks like the hair I'm gonna be doing on my own, but hopefully it's not that bad. It doesn't seem that bad. It looks like I did the line art for it really clean, so it's mostly just the shapes and everything. But it looks like I had favoritism for these characters because this part is so messy versus the knight's outfit. I'm gonna go over here and clean it before I forget because goodness gracious. Very close to the face. Probably should care about it. A tiny bit. You're excused, reference. See? A little bit cleaner. It's especially impressive when I turn on the locket. Okay then. These are so sterile. Maybe I should have done it in this pen actually, because it's more rough, but you know, hindsight 2020. 2025. Sing it. Okay, this area though, I'm not gonna miss it, right? Because I'm gonna be doing her hair. I'm gonna be looking at it, going like, what happened? Bro. See, look, the difference from afar. It's like minuscule, really, but the client will know, I think. Goodness, I hope clients zoom in, right? Does it never zoom in? Oh man. Oh man, I should really ask. Hey, if you're somebody who commissions artists, do you zoom in? It's like, goodness. Because I'm looking heckin' close to it. A little bit. See, the liner for the hair is actually really clean. That's why I was like, man, if I got to the hair, it would have been so smooth. Silky smooth. Kind of like her hair. Huh. I don't know. Cancel me. Cancel me now. These strokes are terrible. I don't know how she got shifted from the canvas like this. Can I not? Is it okay? What happened? What happened? When did this happen? Goodness gracious. She's slipping from my fingers, literally. You press one key, it's over. Ah, this is one area I didn't polish a lot. Alright, least I can do is do her eyes. And we call it there. Right, her eyes are sparkly. Oh, hold on. This part here. It looks 3D. Him too. All right, so let me show you what I did today. All right, today's stream was about, let me double check. What's happening? All right, yeah, nice time to stop. So today's stream was 5 hours. We ended up going from here all the way to here. I actually showed off how to draw, or how I draw the armor over here. Very fancy, very shiny, yay. We did a bunch of embroidery at the very end here. I did clean up this dress quite a bit, but there's a little bit of polishing left to do, things like little gaps. I want to do a nice outline around all of them, and also their hair on the list. However, didn't manage to get there. Their hair is like completely lined though, so I feel like it's not gonna be that long. I want to say like 20 minutes. I want to say, or potentially 30 more minutes. I need 30 more minutes to finish this. Maybe an hour. 30 minutes to an hour to finish this. However, my arm is tired and my back killing me, so we have to call it here today. Tomorrow is technically usually supposed to be my day off. However, I have an event, so I'm gonna go pack up my car so I can do that, and then I will rest my arm so I can draw some more on Wednesday. Woo! All right, thank you so much for stopping by. I hope to get this out soon, but I guess I can send like an update to my client in the meantime. Right, so see you Wednesday. Bye bye.